hit subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bad sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas. An advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do. What's up, beautiful people? Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome. Shout out to everybody who's in here. Shout out to all y'all. I'm trying to get this camera together. The camera's not cooperating. Anyway. Big shout out to Mr. 43TX. Brother, it's always good to see you in here. Big shout out to Fresh Always dash small S2X. Why can't y'all just have names like Bob and Tyrone and Larry? Can I get a Larry? How about a Larry or a Bill? I mean, I'll take a Javante. Any Tay will do, okay? Some of these things, too many syllables for me to pronounce. You don't figure that out yet, man? Too many syllables. But anyway, man, shout out to Mr. Passport King, 77-R1H. Like y'all, I'm like y'all reading damn combination locks for middle school. Yeah, man, I'm 7 to the left, 14 around, 7685-07. I mean, we doing algebra problems up here. Y'all messing with me. I got low mileage, okay? I got low mileage. I can't speak all night. I'm getting older. You know, old people don't like to speak. They just nod. That's why Granddaddy used to sit in the car when he would come visit. You ever Granddaddy wouldn't get out the car? He'd just be sitting in the car. That's where I'm going. That's where I'm headed. Okay? Like, yeah, that's where I'm going. Y'all making me talk too much. Okay? That's what you're doing anyway. Praise Moses. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Shout out to Electric Agitator 215. I appreciate you. Anybody in the chat room who's new, make sure you check in. I want to see where everybody's coming in from. Have you all been enjoying the broadcast? I hope you all have. I've been doing my best to give you information. What I like to do on my page is not just throw stuff out there and make commentary. I like to do in-depth research. And as far as that line of broadcast, and sometimes I'll give y'all some fluff. I'll freestyle it. You know, just speak on issues. But I like to treat this more like it's going to be reviewed for years to come. So I'm very concerned with my legacy. I want to give you as much accurate information as I can. I also want to give you information that you can actually use and will help you build and learn, you see. And that's why I always tell you guys, if you learn something, I should earn something. Don't give me anything for free, okay, because I want to earn it. And that's how I was raised. I was raised that you earn, you keep, okay? Even if that means you have to work harder and faster, twice as hard and twice as fast as everybody else, you earn, you keep. And that's what I do. That's a foundational Black American tradition. I believe there's probably the majority of the people in this room, in this chat room here, will tell you that somebody in their life told them that as a Black American, you have to work twice as hard, sometimes 3 times as hard to achieve the same. And that's what we've done. That's why Black excellence, shout out to Black excellence, which abounds us, which is why no matter what happens, we still persevere. Now, that being the case, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Dennis Spurling. I am an advocate for Black men. I want to establish that. I am an advocate for Black men, okay? Because of the political climate, I have broadened my advocacy to be an advocate for Black Americans, you see? so that we can define ourselves clearly, so we can defend ourselves politically, so that I can give you arguments and facts in which you can use to support yourself in the public discourse. And oftentimes the facts that I put forth are uncomfortable. And the only reason they're uncomfortable because they're the first time you've been introduced to them, because we have a system that does not teach us history, does not teach anyone adequate history. They don't even they teach what they feel is appropriate, because history is typically taught to children, so they don't want to do anything that typically offends the parent. Parent will go home and say, oh, they said this is school, and now you're hearing it at the PTA meeting, okay? But as an advocate for Black men, I do what's in the best interest of Black men. I speak in the best interest of Black men. Not that I couldn't be an advocate for anyone else. I could be an advocate for Black women. And I would have as much, I could be an advocate for, I could be an advocate for the rhinoceros. You understand me? And anybody who didn't like the rhinoceros would be angry with me, okay? As it is right now, I'm being an advocate for Black American people specifically. We have delineated. Somebody type delineate in the chat room. We have delineated, and now we're referring to ourselves as foundational Black American. And I personally think that is a good thing for Black men, specifically Black American men, because it would allow us to have our designated pot of resources and so on and so forth. Now, it just so happens that my advocacy for foundational Black American identity is tremendously helpful for Black women. It's tremendously helpful for Black people who are of foundational Black American descent in general. And so now, you know, people are realizing, wow, this guy is stepping on our toes. What happened to this guy when he was just an advocate for Black men? Well, you know, I'm not going to sit up here and not recognize the political climate we're living in. We got a lot of people that really are gunning for us. They literally hate us. And so what's the point of us fighting? That's why I'm telling you, this whole gender war, we got to put this on hold for about 30 years. We can get back to arguing with each other. Black men and Black women, we get back to fussing and fighting and complaining about each other in about 30 years. Right now, what we're supposed to do right now is come together and do what we've always done. Now, here's the thing. I recognize that FBA is a distinct ethnic group, and it's not because we hate anybody, okay? Other Black people have their own history and their own struggles, but our struggle in this country is specific. Our people were enslaved here. Our people built here. Our people went through Reconstruction, betrayal after Reconstruction. We went through 100 years of second and third class citizenship under the Jim Crow laws. We had to deal with racial terror when they were trying to put us in our place. We moved to the ghettos of the Midwest and the ghettos of the East and the North, and they locked us down in those ghettos using a process called redlining, where they would not let Black people take out home loans beyond a certain red line. That's how they kept, in the West, that's right. That's how they kept us in the ghettos. We could never accumulate wealth. It wasn't until 1965 that we got full rights of citizenship in the United States. That means that Generation X, my generation, of some of us are still in our 40s, were the first generation of Black people to be treated like full citizens of the United States. So we got one generation of Black people that have had their full rights. And then as soon as we did that, they hit us with the war on drugs, which led to mass incarceration. And so it's just been a long fight for civil rights and reparative justice. But now we've got to deal with an uncomfortable part. Right now, a lot of Black Americans are angry. And you need to understand why. See, after we got civil rights, the floodgates were open for immigrants. Before 1965, before the Hart-Celler Act, this was pretty much just a Black and white country. We were 9% foundational Black American. You had about roughly 50,000 African-born people in the whole country. You had very few Hispanics, very few Asians, because they had been running them out. And so, you know, after we fought and got our rights, they opened the floodgates up and flooded the country with immigrants. Now, for years, we've been tolerant of people coming into our space. Now, every now and then you hear somebody call them an African booty scratcher, but damn, I've been called an African booty scratcher on the elementary school yard. How many black people have been called far worse than African booty scratcher at the black elementary school in the ghetto? I mean, I've been called bulldog, big lip, big nose, ugly. I heard a whole plethora of your mama jokes. And I mean, I'm sure there are people here who can quote your mama jokes by the dozens. So every immigrant group gets a little ribbing and harassment when they get to the country. The Irish got it, the Italians received it, everybody does. So that's par for the course. But largely, foundational Black Americans have been very tolerant of people coming into our space because they don't dump these people in the white community. They send them to the ghetto. So we have to share our resources with the Caribbean Black people. We have to share our resources with the African Black people. We have to share our resources with the Asians, and we have to share it with the Latinos. They come in, they share our space, they use our culture. They also use our political network, and they turn around and they disrespect us. And this is where the word tether came from. Somebody typed tether in the chat room. Okay? But tether was never supposed to mean each and every Black foreigner. That's not what this is about. It was supposed to describe a specific group of foreign Blacks who hide under the Black American struggle when it benefits them, and then turn around and talk down about Black Americans or align against us. And so we've got to slow down. Here's the inconvenient truth that not everybody with foundational Black American lineage understands, okay, or who lives inside the United States. Matter of fact, there's something you need to understand related to foundational Black America, if I can skip ahead. Some of us have FBA lineage and they literally escaped. Some were evacuated, some were carried out, some fought for foreign powers because those powers promised them freedom. Some migrated because America was never safe enough, free enough, or fair enough for them. And some built communities in other places far and wide. And here's another one. Some people of FBA lineage were fathered in foreign countries with foreign women because of American GIs. So what are they? Are they FBA? Are they FBA descendant? Are they part of the Black American diaspora? And see, that's an uncomfortable conversation that we have to have. See, a foundational Black American is generally understood as a Black American whose family lines trace back to Black people enslaved in the United States or in the colonies that became the United States. But that creates a second question. Is FBA only a lineage claim, or is it also a peoplehood claim? The lineage question is simple. Do you descend from Black people enslaved in the United States or in the colonies that became the United States? The peoplehood question goes deeper. Did your family remain part of the Black American community that carried the consequences of that system inside the United States? See, if the answer to both of those is yes, then it's clear that you're FBA. If the answer to the first is yes, but to the second is no, then we're dealing with something more complicated. Black American descendant diaspora. And that's not an insult, that's just precision. So the real question that we're going to ask today is who's foundational Black American and who's not? The better question is who descends from American slavery system and who remained part of the Black American historical or political community that carried the burden of that system instead inside the United States. Now, before we get started, we have a lot of people who are criticizing Foundation of Black Americans for Delineation. And shout out to all the Pan-Africanists. I don't necessarily have a problem with you. I think you are maybe at this particular juncture behind the times. I think perhaps you want to reconsider your position, but one of the major Pan-Africanists that we all know is Dr. Umar Johnson. So I'm going to share what he has to say. Hit the number 1 button.
Issues with groups like FBA and ADOS, because if y'all really got a problem with immigrants, shouldn't you be attacking the biggest immigrant groups? There are twice as many Chinese as there are Black immigrants. There are 5 times as many Latino as there are Black immigrants. You see this? There are 2 times as many East Indian immigrants as there are Black immigrants. So if your problem is immigrants and not just Black immigrants, where the smoke for the Chinese at? Because I ain't seen y'all yet. Because the same people screaming FBA and ADOS is giving their money to the Korean hair care shop. The same people screaming FBA and ADOS is eating at the white restaurant.
Now, you hear the rhetoric, you hear it, and I've dealt with this argument before. But the main thing you need to focus on is none of our purchases none of what we purchase have anything to do with our lineage. Lineage is like saying, just because you purchase a German car, you're pro-German, or if a Jewish person purchases a German car, that thereafter undermines his Jewish faith or belief. That's just not exact. A Black woman buying a weave from a Korean hair care salon has nothing to do with whether or not she's foundational Black American or not. More importantly, none of those immigrants, whether they're Chinese, Asian, Arab, Indian, none of them are in this country pretending to be Black while turning around talking bad about foundational Black Americans. That's not the issue. But more importantly it's delineation, because Pan-Africans, people in general, and I'm talking about the Black Americans who are Pan-Africans, because it seems to be more of a one-way street. Pan-Africans basically are of the position, if you have a Black face, then you are family and you should reap the benefit and rights that every other Black person in the United States receives. And I just don't think that's accurate. In fact, I don't think it's ever been accurate. And, Africans say that all the time. But let's check out this Nigerian fella. You've probably heard him before. And I'm going to go deeper with the point, but I want you to listen to what he says. Africans never consider themselves all one people. Listen to this. So why should we?
Sell their own people to America as slaves? Yes, but Africans at that time didn't really view themselves as one people, right?
You heard what he said. Africans at that time did not really view themselves as one people. Now, he speaks as though that has changed, and I'm going to disagree with that, and I have some video footage to prove why. Africans still do not view themselves as the same people. So why is it that foundational Black Americans are required to view other Africans or people of color or people of African descent as the same people? That's not fair to us. It requires us to then have to share our resources with people who are not of our lineage. So we're dealing with there's a valid reason for delineation, okay? So if Africans never viewed other Africans as the same people, they didn't view us, the people who were captured and sold to white European slave traders on the African coast, as the same people. What has changed? I'm going to let this young man finish his discussion, and we're going to move on.
So for the same reasons that Germans and the French don't view themselves as the same people, Africans at that time did not view themselves as the same people. I'm not even sure if they knew there were other races of people.
Now, clear, I can look at this young man and tell you he is Nigerian. I can tell in the fact that he has his brim real low. Okay, you got that brim low, and you are trying to hide your true identity. Brother, we can read your forehead through the front of that hat, and we know who you are. But let's keep listening to this young man.
So with that being said, right, they were capturing each other, enslaving each other, or capturing each other and selling them to other people for different types of goods. Now, does it make it right? No.
They were capturing and selling each other for rum, for umbrellas, for gunpowder. This is what they were selling us. We're not talking about. They're selling it for European baubles. That's what we were traded for. He's trying to soften the blow, but let's keep listening.
Is there an excuse for it? No. Do many Black Americans a day want to just nicely gloss over that like that never happened? Yes. And again, so many people in today's society want to act as if white people were the only people to do anything bad ever, and that.
Now you can tell by this young man's voice, he's one of these right-wing conservative Black people or blackface folks that are pandering to white people because he wants to get his money up. You see, he wants his money and he wants his views, and he's saying what white people want to hear. This is a hustle. Unfortunately for these folk like Candace Owens and some of the other ones, it's coming to an end because white people are no longer need to hire out their racist talking points. They've taken it over for themselves. At some point, they're going to get rid of Nick Fuentes because he's a Mexican. But, so this is where he's going. But again, he said, oh, Black people want to gloss over the fact that other Black. So I want you to listen to this again. Listen, I'm going to break this down. I want you to hear what he's saying. And he begins to speak out of both sides of his mouth.
Many Black Americans a day want to just nicely gloss over that like that never happened.
What do we want to gloss over, sir? Tell me again what we're trying to gloss over.
Capturing each other, enslaving each other, or capturing each other and selling them to other people for different types of goods.
No.
Now, does it make it right? No. Is there an excuse for it? No. Do many Black Americans a day want to just nicely gloss over that like that never happened?
Let me speak on behalf of Black Americans. Foundational Black Americans absolutely do not want to gloss over that. In fact, I will take this opportunity to share with you all a petition that I prepared because I would like to sue these African countries for their participation in the slave trade. And since this young man happened to bring it up, what I'm going to do at this point, and I'm not fully interrupting the broadcast, we're going to get back to the regularly scheduled program. But since he brought it up, and I want to go ahead and prove the point, foundational Black Americans, not only do we want to bring it up, and not only do we recognize it, but we recognize your people, sir, your Nigerian successor state, as a culprit in our capture. And what we want to do, and what we want to do is, and I'm going to put the link to the petition in the chat room. What we want to do is sue these successor states in federal courts in the United States. See, here's the thing you have to understand. We have a total of 13,301 signatures so far. We are trying to get 100,000 signatures. And basically what we're saying is there were slave ships like the Clotilda and the Wanderer, and Africans were brought directly from the west coast of Africa, Togo, Benin specifically. They were brought directly to the United States, and it happened after 1808. Somebody type 1808. The reason 1808 is significant is because at that time, the transatlantic slave trade had been outlawed by the United States of America and Great Britain. So it was illegal in the United States to transport slaves. This is the only time slave trading became illegal, which means these shipbuilders and captains, and specifically those chiefs who are now occupying what used to be Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, etc., which means that their successor states are those chiefdoms. They are held responsible. No different than if you take over a house or you take over a business, you don't only inherit the wealth of that business, you also inherit what? The debts. So you all owe a debt to foundational Black Americans, specifically those foundational Black Americans who were brought directly from Africa to the United States after the slave trade became illegal in 1808, all the way up through, I believe the Clotilda was brought here in 1859, and the Wanderer was right before that. I might be the inverse. But the bottom line, there are other ships that came directly because they were smuggling in a place called Lake Charles, Louisiana, which you probably would drive by at 50 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour without even noticing it. Is between Texas and New Orleans, or it should be, I say, between Houston and New Orleans. It's that place where you hit that big bridge. It's scary as hell. And you're going over that big bridge and it looks like a lake. That's Lake Charles. They have something called contraband days. And we were the contraband. Okay, so they were smuggling slaves from Africa, bringing them to the United States. And by my count, there are approximately 800,000 foundational Black Americans who are descended directly from those people who were brought here after, and you owe them something. And so I would appreciate it if you all would take the opportunity to read my petition, which is being sent directly to the current president, Donald Trump, and then sign it. I will put the link to the petition in the description section at the end of this broadcast. It will be there. It will be the first thing. Click on it, sign it. We're trying to get 100,000 subscribers, 100,000 signatures, and also 100,000 subscribers. But so this young man, let's bring you back, young man.
And again, so many people in today's
that you decided to open your big mouth and say that Black Americans are not interested in reparative justice, or we don't acknowledge the fact that Africans sold other Africans and Africans sold us into slavery. That's not true. We do know this. We've looked. Okay, somebody type. We've looked at it. Okay,
and selling them to other people for different types of goods. Now, does it make it right? No. Is there an excuse for it? No. Do many Black Americans?
I'm glad you admitted it didn't make it right, and there's no excuse for it. Thank you, Mr. Nigerian young man. The people that paid for your scholarship to come over here, and your rich relatives who are in the Nigerian government, we will use this against them. Thank you so much. Let's keep going.
Today, want to just nicely gloss over that like that never happened. Yes.
Not.
And again, so many people in today's society want to act as if white people were the only people to do anything bad ever, and that's not the truth.
No, I'm going to tell you, dear white people, I want you to come close to the broadcast. I'm probably the only one that's going to tell you this. You white people who participated in the transatlantic slave trade, what you were doing at that time was patronizing a Black business that had been in existence for at least 1,300 years. And when I say 1,300 years, I'm talking about the fact that the transatlantic slave trade was predated by the Sahara slave trade. You understand what I'm saying? The Sahara slave trade, which is where Africans were taken from Africa across the Sahara Desert over to slave pens and slave markets in East Africa and what we call Arabia. Okay, so Black people have been selling each other out. Africans have been selling each other out for thousands of years. Okay, so you white folks participated. You wrong for it. You was wrong. Wrong. And the transatlantic slave trade was purely a European endeavor. But the bottom line, we got treated bad when we were sent east, and we got treated bad when we were sent west. But they sold us into slavery. And I don't want to hear any of you all tell me that Africans didn't know what they do. They've been doing it damn near 2,000 years. They still doing it now. Okay. So let's let this young Nigerian gentleman continue. Okay?
For educational purposes, let's go through some history. Okay, so for starters, we all know what happened in Germany. We all know who did it, Germans. Okay, but what about the Armenian genocide in 1915 and 1923? Or the Rwandan genocide in 1994? Or the Cambodian genocide in 1975? Well, really, it was between 1975 and 1979. My point is, every race of people seemingly have done terrible things. So I do not understand why we only want to act like white people were the only people to ever do anything, because all you got to do is pick up a history book.
No, we don't want to act like white people are the only ones to do. Did you see my petition? Let me put the link to the petition back up. We want to hold the Africans responsible for their part of the slave trade, because you all said we are different people, right? We're different people. You started off saying that. So no, I'm so happy this young man has presented this argument. And see, this is the problem with being a conservative, one of these far right conservatives. You get to talking so much, you say things that are actually counterintuitive. Now he's going to have to retract that. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, I didn't mean y'all reparate. That's not what we meant. You said it. You said it, sir. You said it. So we're going to use that. We're going to use that again. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of public opinion, sir. And see, this is what happens when you speak inaccurately, when you speak absurdly. And say whether you are all the way to the far left, all the way, some of you people on the far left, you can't describe what a woman is. Okay? And here's the thing. Your mama was a woman. She was the one that pooped you out. That's what a woman is. A woman is the person that pooped you out. Go look at your mama, and that's what a woman looks like. Okay? So do you ever have any more confusion as to what a woman is? You'll know them by what pops out of their special hiding place. Okay? There you go. So let's stop being absurd. And this is one of those absurd arguments. So I'm going to reserve that for another day. But let's go ahead and get to the point. See, again, everybody gives Black Americans a hard time about delineating. They say, oh, we're the same people. On one hand, they say, oh, we're the same people. On the other hand, they say, oh, well, we're not the same people when it comes to us selling you into slavery. But we are the same people now when it comes to sharing y'all's resources. Okay, that's what we are. You can't have it both ways. But bottom line, let's go on ahead and go to the source. Let's see what the source says. Somebody type the source. I wonder how Africans are treating Africans in Africa. Let's see if they treat each other the same.
The breaking news, guys. The South African president has literally concurred and heard the cry and the voice of South Africans.
Hold on a minute. What's happening? South African president shocked Africa about Nigeria must go. Somebody type Nigeria must go. Is he? Hold on a minute. Where is Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar, it seems there's a crisis in Africa. There's a crisis in Africa. They're not, you mean they're not getting along, Peachy King? Is that what somebody typed?
To let Nigerians go. Now, according to the speech that he made, he did not literally clearly declare that every single Nigerians should pack their bag and baggages and go. But this was what he said. He said no employer should employ any foreigners without proper documentation. He also...
So the president of South Africa, okay, the president of South Africa is delineating. Is that what you're telling me, sir, ma'am? The president of South, that's a huge country. That's where Mandela is from. That's where they had Mandela locked up for 20-something years. You telling me they're delineating in Africa?
Also added that no landlord/landlady in South Africa should rent house to a foreign immigrant that literally do not prove their papers and everything.
So when you say immigrants, are you talking about all foreign immigrants, or are you just talking about Black foreign immigrants? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Shout out to the two people contributing to the super chat, Fresh Always and Cooler RK. Because see, it sounds to me, I mean, I'm just saying, maybe, you know what, I'm sure that they treat the white South Africans as harshly as they treat the Black foreigners. Let's take a look. Maybe we can find some footage.
Leave her to do what she wants. Just leave. Okay.
Oh my God, did you see that white woman hit that Black? I mean, she hit him like an old Negro slave just now. Let's run that back. Is this how y'all letting white people treat y'all in Africa? This is clearly a foreigner. She's clearly a foreigner. And you are. Look at her. She bowed up too. Look at her bowed up.
Just leave. Leave.
Damn. You not gonna do nothing? You so big and bad. You not gonna do these. This is South Africa. This is what you're not doing nothing.
It's okay.
Damn.
Leave her.
Look at her bowed up like that. Like I wish you would. She in there. Like this is WWF in 1986, man. She out there Hulk Hogan.
What do you want?
Y'all so big and bad, but apparently the white folks slapping y'all around, treating y'all like stepchildren in your own country. Let's see. Let's do this again.
If you do that, you have the law to face. And he also added that it cannot be under his watch that his people will literally be taught bad things from foreigners.
Okay.
He specifically did not mention Nigeria, but we literally knew.
Okay, all right, maybe this is just one video. I'm sure there's other examples of other videos of Africans treating other Africans, like brothers, like they want us to treat. I'm sure there are other videos out there. I'm absolutely sure that we can find some other videos. Let's take a look at this. Was in a hospital. I want y'all to take a look at this and see what's happening.
Please stand up. Please stand up. Please don't try and stand up right now. Stand up.
Hold on. If you're not a South African, leave the hospital. Y'all putting sick people out? Y'all putting sick people. This is how you African. That is South Africa. That is the Africa that most black people know about. You putting Africans out of South Africa? Isn't that where Shaka Zulu is from, or Shaka Khan or somebody? Is you putting them out? I'm not Shaka Khan. It's Shaka. You know what I meant. Let's keep. Who they putting out?
Because we are going to check everybody.
Look, let's see.
Check them. Please, if you're not South African, come.
Get up.
Come.
They are putting black people out of the hospital. What if they're sick? You putting sick black people out of the hospital? What happened to unity? Where's the Pan-Africanists? Where are you? Where are all the Pan-Africans? Where are they? Where are the Pan-Africans? Where's the unity? Y'all need to go over there. Y'all need to take a Spirit Airlines flight to South Africa and let them know about Pan-African solidarity and brotherhood, because apparently they must have missed that class. I believe they did. Let's see what's happening.
You guys are not South African. Go out. Go out. You can go to Unjani, block P there, or Opotilo Hospital. Go. Hey, fast.
Faster.
Because Zimbabwe, you run past.
That's a pregnant woman. Pregnant woman out. They put a pregnant woman out the house. She might be giving birth to T'Challa. That could be, that could be King T'Challa she giving birth to. You putting her out the hospital? Who's gonna cut the little baby's umbilical cord, sir? You can't. Where's she gonna have that baby? She can't. She about to pop. Look at that baby about to come out. She a full 36 weeks.
Please stand up. If you know yourself that you're not South African, Trinidad will confirm. All these nurses and doctors, they are here for South Africans. Get up South Africa. Please stand up. Don't try us.
Shout out to Cooler.
What's that? You run past the border
and he's aggressive with it. Like, he look like he'll put hands on people to get them out. This is how they treat. This is how they treat them, huh? Okay. My goodness. So they, I don't know what their definition of delineation is, but this looks, to me, that looked like delineation to me. That looks like some straight up delineation. But maybe I'm missing some interpretation. It's hard for me to understand the accents. So let's keep listening. Maybe we'll hear some more. Hit the number one.
Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Ghana, Nigeria. Last in this year, we saw our South African in Nigeria. They were naked, running on the street. How do we feel?
Hold on, let me read the caption for the people who don't have their reading glasses on. This woman is talking to, this is for South African women who are married to Nigerians. So let me get this straight. You saying the South, they got a whole husband that's a Nigerian, another African nation, right? And you're telling me that you're addressing South African women who are married to Nigerians, and this is, let's try to listen and see what she says.
South African, we don't do those things to them, but they are doing things that it's painful to us. They are calling us names. How stupid we are.
They're calling us names. So the Nigerians have gone to South Africa and they are calling South Africans names. So these are Nigerians who have come down to another group of black people and they're calling them names. Interesting. I wonder what names they're calling them.
As South African, we are just lazy. But
lazy. So let me get this straight. You Nigerians, and I don't want to pick on the Nigerians, okay? I like my jollof rice sometimes. Your food is very hot, but it's good. It cleans out the palate. You South Africans, have gone, Trinidadians have gone down to Jamaica to disrespect the Jamaicans. What do you think the Jamaicans are going to do? The people from Louisiana have come over to Texas to disrespect the Texans. What do you think the Texans are going to do? So what do you think is going to happen if Nigerians go to South Africa and disrespect other people in their hometown, in their home? You call them lazy. Isn't that the same thing they say about us? They call us lazy. You come to the United States of America that we built, and you call us lazy? And now apparently you're doing the same thing. Maybe this is an immigrant thing. Maybe this is what they do. Let's keep listening.
Our own country, can they leave? Can they leave? We don't have a problem with them. They must pack and leave.
They must pack and leave. Where's Dr. Umar Johnson at? Umar, brother, all you other Pan-Africanists on the internet, y'all losing followers and your idea is not popular. This blackface means family seems not to be very popular in Africa. It seems like these immigrants are coming from these other countries, and these black immigrants, even in Africa, it seems like they don't want them there. So why don't you start? I mean, it would make sense to me to start the Pan-African unity in Africa, to me. Okay, that's what it seems like to me. And I don't want to pick on Dr. Umar. I know he is a great mind of our time, and we all have listened to his speeches and so on and so forth and learned so much. Some things maybe we didn't know, some things we knew. He has a different sense. He's a great leader of minds, okay? And I look forward to when he fully develops his school. I have faith. I have faith of a mustard seed that he will get his school together. And I hope and pray that he will get that school together, because it doesn't look good that you got a black man who makes a promise and is not able to keep it. But as far as Pan-Africanism, it looks like the Nigerians who are now unwanted in South Africa are being put out because they're down there saying things like the South Africans are lazy. I wonder what else they're saying.
They occupy the buildings. They do as they wish. But now our government sees that these people, they are overdoing things in us. Because it's years we were complaining as leaders to say we are sick and tired of what is happening. Our children are dying. If a man loves you, he must take you back where he's coming from. We cannot marry a man from Nigeria to be my husband in South Africa. If he loves me, take me to Nigeria, wherever.
Ooh, they don't even want to look. They're telling the South African women who married men from Nigeria, both of y'all can go back to his country. Don't stay here. We don't want any of you Nigerians here. This is where y'all trying to relocate. How many of y'all want to go back to Africa? How many of y'all want to? It look like they might put you out. To me, it look like they might put you guys out. To me, let's keep listening.
Let them go with their wife, with their kids. That will be fine for us. Thank you.
She got that deep. She got that deep Shaka Zulu voice popping. Let them go. Unkozi. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like they about to whip out the side spears and stab somebody. But maybe I'm not seeing what I should see. Maybe there's more to it. I'm sure there's some other videos that, where they're welcoming, South Africans. Because I don't watch everything. But let's keep listening.
Continent. This thing of you guys moving from one country to the other, it's no longer working.
Hold on. Shout out to Understanding 15K. Let's read the caption for you all who are visually impaired. South African influencer confronts Ghanaian man telling him to go home. Meanwhile, wait for second video to see how whites treat them. Okay, so hold on a minute. It's not just the Nigerians catching flack in South. It's also the people from Ghana. So it's not just the one African. They want all the other Africans. That is wild. Why don't we hear about this? Why don't the Pan-Africans talk about this? Where is the unity? How can you expect Black Americans to unify with people all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, and they can't even unify with themselves. I just want to understand that. Let's keep listening.
We don't want this as African people anymore. We are tired of seeing African migrants moving all over the world, refusing.
She said, we don't want to move in all over the world. Let's see what else she says.
To fix your own countries.
Oh, refusing to fix your own country. I know y'all hate when I interrupt, so I'm gonna run that back and let it play again. I know you guys don't like when I interrupt, but this is some good, interesting information. Somebody type Black Unity on in the chat room.
Of seeing African migrants moving all over the world, refusing to fix your own countries. Now we're making it very clear to you guys. We don't want you here. We want you to fix your countries. Now you came here with a traveling document. You came with a passport.
We don't want you here.
Visitor, but where now you decided to.
We don't want you here. We want you to fix your own country. Damn, that's harsh. Damn.
Come and integrate in our communities. You know very well that what you have done is wrong.
How many children do you have here?
We can come to Ghana and do what you're doing.
Passport.
He said, "You come to Ghana. We don't come to Ghana and do what you do." That's what he said.
Eh? Yes, now you are carrying a bucket. It's 11 a.m. You were supposed to be fighting the government of Ghana there to ensure that they are getting things.
He said, "You supposed to be in Ghana fighting the government of Ghana, not down here sucking up our oxygen." Damn, that's harsh. That's pretty harsh.
Right.
No, there's no fight in Ghana. You must fight what they did.
Where's your papers?
Passport.
Passport.
Now they sweating for his papers and everything. Damn, they like ICE. I didn't know ICE wore pink hats in South Africa. That's wild. Let's keep listening.
Take it out.
Let me see your passport. Let me see. Okay, tell me, who's the police officer that you are bribing to certify these things for you? Baba, let me tell you, I'm not police.
Now look, now hold on now. Now we saw how the South Africans treat the other Africans. Now I want y'all to peep this out and see how the Africans deal with the white folk, okay, who've invaded, they've been there hundreds of years. Let's take a look at this. Let's look at the hypocrisy. Now they look like they the police or something. Like they got the little red hats on, little red South African MAGA hats. Let's look.
What do you want
Damn, he just took your hat. You just gonna let him snatch your hat like that, homie? Come on, man. You look how he just snatched his hat off his head. That's disrespectful. Look at him snatching your South African MAGA hat. Little beret. Little red beret off his head. White boy said, "Don't give me that." Oh, no. Oh, those are the white boys is whooping on him. Damn. What you got that thing? Your hands
They ran away. These are the people chasing Africans.
That's what I'm saying, brother. You see that? Why you didn't have? Where's the smoke at? Where's Dr. Umar? Dr. Umar, we don't need to talk. We don't seem to be the ones that have the problem. They're not gonna do that to us. Not like that. Just disrespect you like that. Golly. Why are Black Americans catching so much smoke for us basically just pointing out the fact that, hey, these folk are calling us names and calling us lazy, and they come in our country, and but y'all don't have any smoke for the African country. This is a whole country. They are literally harassing these people and trying to get them up out of there. Okay, maybe there's some more videos we can look at, and maybe I missed something. Let's keep listening. Xenophobic mobs in South Africa are chasing foreigners through the streets, raising chaos and fear. This what they running. They are literally, we don't hear about this. This is not on CNN. I've yet to hear this. Where are the discussions? Let me tell you what I do notice. And I want to basically at this point, I want to take the time to acknowledge all of the African podcasters who go a long way to paying attention to what's going on in Black America. You all go a long way. You will you are Meg Thee Stallion and Clay Thompson. You over there trying to figure out how you're going to exist, and you are over here worried about what Meg the Stallion and Clay Tom. That man spent $4 million on Meg. Meg is good. We're good over here. Okay. Clay Thompson, worth multimillionaire. We're good. You over here in our business. This is what you need to be focused on right here. This is why why are y'all even focused on what we doing over here? Focus on your own stuff. Every time you look at a video, you can, they just running TikTok video after TikTok video of black people saying whatever. We are black Americans. We are specifically foundational black Americans. You all are all in our business. And you seem to have your own businesses not being dealt with. Let's keep looking at this chaos. They got the Zulu blonde footsies on and everything. Shout out to Coolerick. Look at that. They make this like a remake of Shaka Zulu, Zulu Dawn. Look at it with the little spears, man. They rallying. But they don't have no smoke for the white folks. The white man just took your little red beret off of here. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe somebody can help me. I don't know. Maybe it's another video we can look at. Tell me.
Yesterday, the black, vile, disgusting South African protesters have now proceeded to attack the blue-eyed Caucasian South African indigents. And trust me, they met force. Please watch the video.
Well, we saw that already. We him getting his little beret snatched off his head. Whoop, we saw that. Right. It's disrespectful. They ran y'all up out of there. Man, they whooping on. Running you up out of your. I'm just saying, in my opinion, and I think I proved the point because I'm just saying, I don't think Africans are unified. I don't think that they see, because again, remember the main argument that Pan-African has, everybody with a black face is family, but I don't think the Africans treat each other like everybody with a black face.
A solution to countries having problems. South Africa is a country that has to take care of its own problems. South Africa is a country that currently has the highest unemployment rate in the world. You can't say because 50,000 people in Congo or wherever are having problems with their government, we become the home to those people. Where are these people going to be living? That's where we have squatter camps.
So in other words, they're trying to send them home. They're tired of them tethering to their system. That's what it seems like.
And informal settlements, where they're going to school, those same schools that our children are not.
They're going to be sending them out. So that's what they say.
Not getting spots in. Where are they going to be getting healthcare? In those same hospitals where our grannies now have to wait for hours and hours in queues and sleep on beds and sleep on the floor instead of sleeping on beds.
And they call them lazy. Let's not forget that. The lady said the Nigerians are down here calling South Africans lazy and they're in our country. And other lady said, go back and fix your own country. That's what she said. That sounds very familiar. That sounds very similar to what a lot of people are saying here. To me, it sounds I've heard it before. I've heard it before right here, but then they call us
and giving birth every 5 minutes.
Giving birth, they pushing babies out down there. That's what they say. I wonder if they have birthright citizenship down there. Probably not.
Can't have a system that allows refugees to just come. Everyone can be a refugee in this country.
Everybody can be a refugee. This is a black South African woman complaining about the same thing that you hear these white folks in MAGA complaining about. Damn. Is she xenophobic? Or is this just a common human feeling?
We are not a country that has enough resources to take care of its own people. How are we now extending an olive branch to everyone in the world to say, come in?
Yeah, you hear with this. Look at a couple more videos. We're going to keep. We got bigger questions to answer, and I want to make sure we get them all answered.
Either xenophobic or Afrophobic. Most of them are misinformed when it comes to the issue of migration and foreign nationals. It's because of political leaders who, whenever they're given a platform, they want to plant seeds of xenophobia everywhere they go. So whenever they fail to deliver on something, it's foreign nationals. Are you telling me, especially the ruling party and the opposition, I just want to, especially...
So she's saying it's all made up, it's the leaders' fault. So you saying these individuals, they're just following the lead of their leaders. That's what she's saying. Okay.
TA and other political parties that are in this room, because I believe the EFF is actually Pan-African. They've made that clear. But with these other political parties, I want to ask you just two questions. If all foreign nationals were to leave this country, are all unemployed South Africans going to be employed? If all foreign nationals were to leave this country, is the health system going to improve?
I don't think she's talking about all, ma'am. I don't think they're talking about all foreigners. It seemed to me they were talking about Nigerians and Ghanaians. They're saying the Nigerians were saying that they're lazy, and the Ghanaians are down there taking jobs. And she also said something about how they're just giving birth to babies every day. That's what the lady said. So I don't think it's all of the immigrants they were referring to. You can correct me if I'm wrong. It's your country. I'm just pointing out my observation.
In this country. Thank you very much. Okay.
80% of our land in South Africa is white owned. We're basically fit.
80% of the land is owned by white people, and they have no smoke for the white people, just the black people. So when Dr. Umar said that black people have all this smoke for Africans and black Africans and Caribbeans, but none for these other people, maybe he should take that argument over there, because that probably applies more to the South Africans also, doctor. I'm just saying. Let's keep going.
We're in our own country. We're begging, man. And who's our enemy? Umtumnyama. I like that statement. I feel like a white man made that statement.
I'm gonna go ahead and let him marinate on that for a little bit. But I think, family, I've established that this whole notion that all black people around the earth are getting along and they all see each other as brothers and sisters in one family, I think that I can pretty much say that's probably not accurate. I think I can pretty much say that. Now, let's move on, okay? What if we have to begin to, well, let me say it like this. We have to begin to establish who is and who is not foundational Black American, okay? And in order for me to do that, and you all are gonna learn something, okay? You're gonna learn a lot. I want you to hang in there a little bit. I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible, but I want you all to learn something. And if you learn something, I should earn something. If not, that's fine. The screen, the chat, the Cash App is running across the bottom of the board. The Super Chat is rolling. But what I want to do is let's start off with some inconvenient truths. Okay, the land we now call the United States wasn't always the United States. Okay, the British, the French, the Spanish, and other Europeans control different parts of this land at different times. So when we talk about American slavery, and the reason this is important is because the key nucleus of what is foundational Black American and what is not, and why we're delineating, has to do with our history with the American slavery system here inside the intercontinental United States. Okay, shout out to Drill Sergeant 420. But again, when we talk about American slavery, we have to admit that some of our ancestors were enslaved here before there was even a country called America. See, FBA history didn't start in 1776 when the founders of the country signed the Declaration of Independence. It doesn't begin in 1865 at the end of the Civil War either. It begins in the colonial period when African people and their descendants were brought here and forced into labor and denied legal protection and slowly turned into a permanent racial caste. America didn't invent slavery in 1776. America simply inherited from its predecessor. So what I'm talking about is by 1619, remember Columbus sailed the ocean blue and got here in 1492, he went to Dominican Republic. But the bottom line is by 1619, Africans were being brought to Virginia. That's a big distance between, there's a lot of years between 1619 and 1776. Do we just not count those black people? The ones who got here in 1619, the original African slaves that are our predecessors? But see, over time, the colonies, again, they created these laws and they tied African descent to a permanent slavery. Shout out to, shout out to everybody contributing to the super chat. So here's the thing. One major turning point came in Virginia in 1662 when the law said a child's status followed the mom. And that meant if an enslaved black woman had a child, that child was also enslaved, no matter if the father was white, black, Native American, or whatever, okay? So when we say lineage matters, we aren't making that up. That the slavery system itself was lineage based. So it's only right that we continue forth to determine who is FBA based on lineage. Somebody type lineage in the chat room. You see? So Black America was created before America was created. Y'all can quote me on that. Let me say that again. Black America was created before America was created. So we are indigenous to this land. We are foundational to this land. All right? If your ancestors was enslaved in the colonies that became the United States, that is part of the FBA historical stream. And we can't cut the history off at 1776 just because the flag went up. Can we agree on that? Is that a yes? Can we agree that we are indigenous to this land? We were here before the land was formed, or America. Can we agree with that? If anybody who disagrees that that foundational black, nothing counted before 1776. If you disagree, say I disagree. But if you agree that our lineage started before this country was founded, before 1776, type yes. Okay? So now, here's another inconvenient truth. Black people fought on both sides of the American Revolution. Okay? See, this wasn't the United States we know of today. It was the British colonies. Specifically, there were 13 that were on the East Coast. Okay? At the beginning of the revolution, there was about 500,000 black people that lived in those 13 colonies, and about 450,000 were enslaved. So black people weren't just a footnote. We were over here deep. And we were a major part of the population in the labor system. And the colonialists, they were yelling about liberty. We want liberty from the king as they drank their beer, because you know they didn't have a way to purify their water. So there was a lot of alcohol being consumed. So they were drunk and sweaty. Somebody type drunk and sweaty. If you look into the history of the first and second Congress, it wasn't water being drunk. There was a bunch of drunk white dudes in a hot room writing out FU letters to the king of England. That's what they were doing. It was beef, you see? Bottom line is, while these white folks was talking about, being free from bondage, they had black people in bondage. So for enslaved black people, the revolution wasn't just America versus Britain. It was, okay, how do we survive this? And who's going to give me what? Somebody type tangibles in the chat room. Tangibles. Okay, tangibles. Black people were looking for tangibles. Who's going to give me my best chance to stop being property? And so here comes a gentleman named Lord Dunmore. In 1775, he offered freedom to enslaved people owned by what they labeled the rebels if they joined the British. Now, let me tell you who this cat was. This dude, Lord Dunmore, it had got so hot on land, he had his people row him out to a ship in the middle of the harbor where he was safe, and then he issued this proclamation and read it from the deck of the ship. It was hot, okay? He was trying not to get shot by the so-called rebels, okay? And here's what happened. After the proclamation, you had black men who joined Lord Dunmore's Ethiopian regiment, okay? They believed in the words, liberty to slaves. He basically outlawed slaves. He said, you know, freedom to anybody who joined the British Army. And they said, I'm coming in. The brothers joined. And that scared the bejesus out of the slaveholders. They did the last look. You think they've been whooping on us, beating us up, right? Do you think they wanted to see a bunch of armed black men who were formerly slaves in uniform and given authority to shoot their former white slave owners? They tell me historians estimate about 5,000 to 8,000 black people served in the Continental Army, and about 15 to 20,000 joined the British and the Hessians and the Loyal. You hear what I'm saying? So it was more black people fighting against America becoming its own country than for. You understand what I'm saying? They weren't waiting around for white men in America to decide their fate. They said, we're going to put some buckshot in you. Okay? Some chose America. Some chose Britain. Some chose whoever gave them the best chance to be free. And that's not betrayal. That's survival. And here's the question you have to ask. Somebody type FBA lineage in the chat room. We can agree that those people were slaves, right? We can agree that their lineage was that or tied to the American slaves, of those black people who fought on behalf of the British. We can agree to that, right? Somebody type yes if you agree. Come on now. Don't run from it. Some of the smart people already know where I'm going. You already know. We can agree, right? Those black people who fought on behalf of Great Britain, which they call black loyalists. They wanted to see the king say, you're going to be free. They joined the Ethiopian regiment. We can agree that those are FBA, right? Somebody type yes. Don't you run from this. You come on and get it. Come on up in here. All my FBA diehards, you going to come. I got you tonight. It's your night tonight, baby. You know, everybody been catching hell all week. It's your day today. You are going to get some today. I'm going to mess with your little minds right now. The question we have to ask, what happened to those black people? What happened to those black loyalists that sided with the British? That they left their slave masters. They ran off. They got guns. They were shooting white folk. Pow, pow, pow. Right? They had to load their musket. Pow. What happened if they stayed after the British left? Huh? You think it was going to be all good? Huh? We could say they would be punished, but that was an understatement. We know they'd be re-enslaved, but they'd be treated like traitors by the newly formed United States. They didn't even recognize them as citizens. So what do you think had to happen to these black people of foundational black American lineage? They had to get the hell out of Dodge. They had to get the hell out of Dodge. So where'd they go? Who knows where they went? It's 1783. The war is over. George Washington is the king boss. Okay, they done whooped the British. They feeling good about themselves. So where'd they go? Well, they went to several places. And the first place we're going to talk about is a place called Canada. It is the country to the north of the United States. Now, look, slavery still existed in parts of British North America before full British abolition in 1834. And Upper Canada didn't pass its first anti-slavery laws to 1793. But compared to the United States and the plantation, Caribbean, British North America, it looked pretty darn good to the black loyalists. I mean, where do you think where else would they go? Okay. Now, I'm going to say something that might offend you all. And you all can word this the way you want to, but there's a book called The Book of Negroes. Somebody type The Book of Blacks. And you can put any variation on that you so choose. I mean, there's so many different words that we use to describe ourselves, but it is formally referred to as the Book of Negroes, okay? The Book of Negroes recorded that about 3,000 black refugees who sailed from New York to Nova Scotia between April 23rd, 1783 and November 30th, 1783. They had to get the hell out of America, okay? Some people say at least 3,500 free black Americans loyal to the crown end up settling in Nova Scotia in what is called New Brunswick. Black Canadians. These weren't black immigrants coming to America. These were black people leaving America. One of the most important settlements is a place called Birchtown, okay, near Shelburne, Nova Scotia, founded in 1783. Isn't that coincidence? We got to get the hell out of here. Got to form a new country. It became one of the largest free black communities in North America. But freedom didn't mean equality. They had these white folk who were up there, okay? They wanted a better land. Now, both of them had fought for the crown, but they wanted better land. They wanted the best supplies. They wanted the best support. And of course, the black loyalists, they got the worst. They got the smaller land grants, or they got no land at all. And then came the Shelburne riots. Okay, so here's what I need you to understand. They got up there in 1783. By 1784, they had riots going on. Matter of fact, this is described as Canada's first race riot. I thought Canada was all good. Nevertheless, the white settlers literally attacked the black loyalists. I mean, they gave them that Tulsa, Oklahoma treatment, right? Over labor competition and resentment about the real issue, which was the broken promises and the failed government. So yes, some black people came, they became Nova Scotia citizens and black Canadians. They didn't become that because they had no connection to us. They became that because America was too damn dangerous to stay as a former slave. And after they chose freedom, they chose freedom over bondage. And they had to get the hell out of Dodge. Now, you know me, being me, I have some footage that I want you all to see. You all hit the number one because I know you don't believe that you all think that the only black person in Canada is Drake. And I'm here to tell you it's not true. You all hit the number one button if you can hear it clearly. Let's go.
Photo was taken in. It wasn't taken in the state at all. It was actually taken in Canada. Africville was a black community in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. It was created by formerly enslaved African Americans and black people that were already in Nova Scotia. And it was created because they were denied fair housing elsewhere. Black families brought land, they built homes, churches, and schools because segregation left them with little to no option.
So they had segregation in Canada. Did you hear me?
Africville became a self-sustaining, tight-knit community that was rooted in family and mutual aid. But the local government refused to provide them with any basic.
The local white government in Canada treated them the same way the black folks were being treated in America. Okay, let's keep listening.
Services, no electricity, no sewage, and no running water. No paved roads and no streetlights either. Residents had to.
Now, these black people are in Nova Scotia. This is Canada. Are they still foundational black Americans? Do they still, everybody listening, do they still have foundational black American lineage? I need to know. It's a yes or no question. Are these people still foundational black Americans? It's a yes or no. Then Canada is right up there. If you ever go to Detroit, you can walk your butt to Canada. You can walk right across. You can see Canada from Detroit. Okay. Shout out to everybody in Detroit. Are they still FBA? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. Have they stopped being, has their foundational black American lineage stopped? If they were foundational black Americans when they went up there, the ethnogenesis were here in the United States of America before he was even called the United States. Do they have foundational black American lineage? Yes or no? I need to know. I need all my FBA diehards. Come on now. Don't run from it. Somebody said the minute they walk to Canada, they become non-FBA. So that means if you ever go on a cruise ship and you get stuck in Jamaica for a couple of weeks because the cruise ship broke, that means you're a Jamaican while you there. I mean, and we just get reparations while you not here. You just missed out. Is that what you're saying? So you're saying that wherever you are determines whether or not you FBA or not. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? They went up there, they built houses. I have some video of the churches that they had. The churches look like they're down south somewhere. I'm just asking. Let's keep listening.
Boil water just to do basic things in Africville. And the Canadian government put the worst facilities near Africville. Garbage dumps, slaughter.
They got treated horribly. Shout out to somebody said Canada is basically America, probably because it's so close, right?
Houses, infectious disease hospitals, and prisons were all put near or in Africville. This caused people there to have serious health problems. And by the 1960s,
they were dealing with environmental toxins and everything.
The Canadian government had labeled it a slum and ordered it to be destroyed and the families displaced in the name of urban renewal.
They got urban renewed. They got regentrified. Isn't that something? Look at that. Let's keep listening. Maybe there's some more Let's listen to this fella. He has a bomb
of Black Nova Scotians and Black Canadian history, and I don't have anybody to talk about it with, so I'm gonna talk about it with y'all. Y'all who don't know what a Black Nova Scotian is, a Black Nova Scotian is a descendant of a freed African American that went.
A freed African. I'm just asking. Lineage, right? Lineage. We talk about FBA lineage.
From the U.S. to Canada, specifically to the province of Nova Scotia. Now, there were quite a few waves of these African Americans leaving the U.S. going to Canada, but most of those people have been there for at least 200 years.
So you got these people who've been here for 200 years. These people are clearly descendants of the American slave system even before it was called America. All right. So how do we deal with this? If FBA is lineage based, clearly they have clear lineage. They just live in Canada. That's what I'm
trying to do is find videos of these Black Nova Scotians talking about being a Black Nova Scotian and their story and their history, whatever, right? Because I feel like I can kind of put a face to the ethnicity in the background, right? From what I've heard, there are conversations of people saying that there is no Black history at all, which is crazy because it erases this group, right? Also, something that's incredibly fascinating to me is that a lot of Canadians do not know about Black Nova Scotians. I remember a while ago, I was watching one of those street.
Okay. So we get his point. Let's move on. Maybe there's somebody else that can shed some more light on the subject.
Nova Scotia, it's important to keep in mind a lot of the descendants here have been here for over 200 years, and their ancestors originally came from the Americas, right?
I want to remind people that a lot of our ancestors' records go through Canada, and I want to show y'all. Let's kick this off with the Amherstburg Freedom Museum.
I want to
digital
remind
collections.
you all that these people are up here because they fought for our freedom. Their ancestors are in Canada because they fought to try to free Black people from slavery during the Revolutionary War. So these are descendants of freedom fighters that put it all on the line for foundational Black Americans and their ancestors. I want you to keep that in mind now. So you telling me these people don't have these people that and their ethnogenesis was here in what we call the United States. So I need y'all to understand. I need help me understand. I need to know. Okay, I need to know.
Berg sits across the river from Detroit, one of the final stops on the Underground Railroad. This museum's digital collection includes oral histories.
So all those people who left the United States and went up on the Underground Railroad and went to Canada, some of them are up there too. So you telling me that those people who literally escaped the plantations of the mid-Atlantic and the South and ended up in Canada, they were on the rail. They were on the railroad, front row seats, first class seats on the Underground Railroad. They got their peanuts and they Bacardi rum and rolled up. And you telling me that? Y'all let me know. I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Photos and documents from families who crossed that water into freedom.
Another source is African Nova Scotians in the age of slavery and abolition.
Nova Scotia received thousands of Black loyalists and Black refugees during and after the American Revolution. This archive documents their manumissions, petitions, and community records, proof that freedom seekers built entire towns there.
They got documents.
Pay attention to locations like Halifax, Shelburne, Birchtown, because those towns are major genealogy clues. Across those names.
Somebody, you mad? Y'all mad? I love y'all. You know I love y'all, but Uncle D's gonna hit you in the mouth. I'm gonna hit you in the mouth and make you think about it, because these are the questions that we have to answer. Because the minute you start passing out reparations, people gonna say, well, yeah, my ancestors were slaves in Virginia. We were on a breeding farm. I got my papers. Where you live? I live in Halifax. I live in Nova Scotia. Oh, damn, his paperwork is legit. How we gonna deal with that? I'm just asking questions. Don't be mad at me. You gonna be mad at me? I'm just asking you some lawyer questions. This is like a deposition. I'm just asking y'all these questions. Give me the answer you want. What I do? I'm just asking. Y'all brought this to me. I didn't invent FBA. I'm just looking at it from a legal perspective. I done already told y'all I'm gonna sue Africa for you if you give me enough signatures. So don't be mad at me just asking the questions. Okay? That's what I'm here to do. I'm just the lawyer. Okay? And this is the court of public opinion. Let's keep listening.
With the Book of Negroes or the Chipman papers for earlier traces, which we have though. I don't have the Book of Eli, but I got the Book of Negroes.
The Book of Negroes. And none of y'all better not call it anything but Negroes. That's close enough. I see you all in the chat room. You're itching closer. And you see them laughing right there? Book of Negroes. That's close enough. We won't have any disrespect about our ancestral records. It's called the Book of Negroes. Go ahead and you see them laughing. I better not see none of y'all laughing. Talking about the book. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to keep going.
This record lists over 3,000 Black loyalists evacuated from the U.S. to British territories in 1783. Each entry has a name, age, former owner, and destination.
Next, we're looking at the library and the archives.
They wrote down the white people that own them. You can look at the book. Man, yeah, I'm down here in North Carolina. Is your name Jeffrey Odenbaum? Yeah, man. Your people own my great-great-great-grandmama. I'm your great-great-great-grandnephew. I'm gonna need that, but they literally have books. They got records. Shout out to Nona Jones. Don't get uncomfortable now. Y'all wanted to talk about it. Let's talk about it. This is how things happen. You need to talk about it.
In the census index.
By the mid-1800s, you start seeing U.S.-born Black families in Canadian censuses. Physical proof of migration.
Use this database to search for United States under birthplace. Focus on Ontario, again, Nova Scotia, countries first. Then connect those census to the households back to older records like marriage, church registers in the same region.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
I mean, we've always heard about Black people going to Canada, but we never think about it, do we? This is not something we discuss. Yeah, Black people went to Canada, but you never knew that they actually went up there. And they were apparently up there and still up there and doing a lot. And they have records. And you can find, we never talked about that, did we? The ethnogenesis was here in what we call the United States now. And they left. Okay. And some of y'all might say, well, that was before America came to be America. So that don't really count. I'm okay with that. I'm going to deal with that argument too. This is going to be a very uncomfortable conversation for most of you all who think you got this figured out. I'm just letting you know that, I love you, but it's going to be very uncomfortable by the time I get through. You're going to be confused and maybe a little upset and rethinking some definitions. But let's
As
continue.
I mentioned earlier, the Ward Chipman papers.
Now, these are early New Brunswick court records where freedom was literally argued in front of a judge.
Lastly, we have the Windsor Public Library Digital Archive.
Windsor's collection tells the next chapter of the communities built by freedom seekers who settled along the Detroit River.
And that's where you're going to trace descendants, right? You're going to use their digitized newspaper.
Now, again, these Black people fought for freedom. They wanted Britain to win because Britain was going to free Black people. Okay. So, as you guys may or may not be aware, at that time, slavery had been outlawed.
The blacks are a bit more prosperous.
And the British jurisprudence had already outlawed slavery. And so the American colonists knew that was coming. And so they knew unless we fight this revolutionary war and get out from under the thumb of the king, slavery is going to be over, and we're going to have to do our own work. We're going to have to let our niggers go, okay? And that's probably what the Book of Negroes, probably not the Book of Negroes. They probably call it the Book of Negroes, okay? So, don't say that. I know that's a little closer. The Book of Negroes. All right, that's Old English, but we'll continue.
Many of them left as young people, worked in the United States, and then came back with their savings. Mrs. Bell Barnes is a widow who looks after 2 homeless boys. Years ago, she used to work as a domestic for Loretta Young, Paul Newman, Carol Channing. Then she retired and came home to a community that had changed a great deal.
Now that looked just like somebody's grandma's house in North Carolina, right? Same customs, same.
Well, the community in some ways, I think it was better than today because everyone seemed to do things more for themselves. You had to supply your food for the winter, and people worked very hard, and I think the seasons was more.
Somebody said the pamphlets of niggers. I hate all y'all. Let's move on to the next video. The pamphlet of niggers. Y'all are something else, man. All right, let's look at one more video about the Canadians.
The Afro-Canadians. And again, I mean Afro-Nova Scotian, Afro-descendant of slavery in Canada, immigrant cousins from the Caribbean and Africa. Love y'all so much. You're not who I'm looking for right now.
Right.
Okay, what kind of food do y'all eat?
Okay.
And specifically those of y'all who are descendants of slavery from the U.S., do y'all still eat soul food? And if you do, what does it taste like? Like if you've been to the U.S.
What if you went to Nova Scotia and come to find out they are up there cooking oxtails? They got pig feet on. They are roasting pig feet up there. What would you do? You would be like, hold on a minute. Is this Alabama, Mississippi? What the hell is going on? Or like, you know, and I no disrespect to anybody in North Carolina, but you all have the worst barbecue in America. I don't ever want you to call a pulled pork sandwich barbecue. That is not barbecue. First of all, it stinks. Okay, barbecue comes from Texas. Okay, and I don't ever refer to a pulled pork sandwich as barbecue. That is upsetting to me. It's no different than putting sugar in your grits. I don't know what disgusting individual thought it was a good idea to put sugar in grits. Grits are supposed to have butter, black pepper, and salt. And if you get a little special, you can put a little cheese in there. Don't overdo it, okay? Some people put a little onion powder, but you at no point are to put sugar in your grits. If you ever see somebody putting sugar in their grits, I want you to take the bowl and just flip it over, okay? But back to you people from North Carolina. I would assume that some of these Canadians who are in Nova Scotia who think they have cooking urban Black American cuisine, you up there with these pulled pork sandwiches because the people came from North Carolina in 17 something. That's not barbecue. Just call it something else. Call it something else. And I mean this with every inch. I went to a family reunion in North Carolina and they said we had barbecue. So I had my barbecue finger ready. I'm like, oh man, where's the baby rays? Where's the baby rays? And they, first of all, I don't eat pork, okay? Then they pull out a pulled pork sandwich. That is disgusting. That's the most disgusting thing. That's like putting celery in your gumbo. It's disrespectful to our ancestors. Now we bringing up soul food. But I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna let it go, and we're gonna move on, okay? But don't do that. Don't put sugar in your grits, and don't keep referring to these nasty ass pulled pork sandwiches as barbecue. Call it something else. That's not what it is. And for you people on the East Coast, grits is a Southern thing. It's not the same as cream of wheat. Don't do that either. But I done ran my blood pressure up talking about
the South, does it taste like soul food in the States? What kind of music do y'all listen to? Like, who are y'all artists? Are you cold? What sports do y'all play? Because I know Afro-Nova Scotians and Black Canadians have something to do with hockey, but I don't know much about it. My brother played lacrosse. Do y'all play lacrosse? What's it like growing up for y'all in school? Like, do people get it when you're like, yeah, my family's been here for 300-400 years?
Yeah.
Does it clock for them? Is it clocking to them? I have so many more questions.
I know you do, baby. I know you do. We don't have that type of time on this broadcast. But you get the point. These people, we prove the point. These people have been here for hundreds of years. So the question you all have to ask yourself is, are they foundational Black American? Yes or no? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. But do you understand the history now? Did you learn the fact that Nova Scotia is where a lot of Black people ran to after the Revolutionary War? You see that? Huh? You get that? Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't know what the answer is going to be. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. I don't know. Y'all tell me. But now I want to move on to something else. You know where else they went to after the Revolutionary War? Where else do you think they went to? Huh? Where else? Huh? They also went to Jamaica and they went to the Caribbean. Yup. So we need to talk about Jamaica from 1780 to 1810. They went to the Caribbean. And see, that's where the FBA conversation has to grow up. Jamaica, the Bahamas, the American colonies were all part of the larger British imperial world. Shout out to Elam. Ships moved, enslavers moved, people moved, loyalists moved, Black people moved through the empire. So when people say they're Jamaican, they can't have anything to do with FBA, you got to slow down. I know this is uncomfortable because you've been calling the Caribbeans dirty names. Tether, tether. Somebody type tether, 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 tether. Let me get you the story. I don't know I'm running your blood pressure up, but you got to listen. I'm going to give you some numbers. So after the American Revolution, 30,000 loyalists. That's white people, okay? 30,000 white people who were loyal to the British crown, they went to Jamaica. And guess what they took with them? You think they went empty-handed? Nope. They took 8,000 black people. This is from 1780 to 1810, more or less. And I'll explain the 1810 part a little later. They took 8,000 black people from the American colonies, places like Charleston, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia. Now, I want you to understand something. Jamaica had about 200,000 enslaved black people. That's 1770. So they literally brought 4% of the enslaved population to Jamaica. I want you to think about that. Now, that doesn't sound like a huge number until you remember how families work. People marry, they have children, lines blend, names disappear. So over 200 plus years, descendants spread. And you know, anybody who's been to Jamaica, it ain't that big. You can damn near drive from one side of Jamaica to the other in about 4 or 5 hours. They built that new road. You can get from Kingston to Montego Bay in like, I think, but about an hour or two. So I want y'all to think of something. Let's do the math, because I don't care about your emotions. I want to talk about some math. Okay, let somebody type math. Based on Jamaica's current black population. Okay, and I want you to understand something. You got Chinese Jamaicans, Jamaicans that are not black. So I'm just talking about the black population. Like we saw, Kamala Harris is of Jamaican descent, but she ain't black. All right, so where the Jamaicans at? The Jamaican population right now is 2,600,000. So if even 5% to 15% have one ancestral line tied to those American colony enslaved people, that's 130,000, 392,000 black Jamaicans who are of FBA descent. Now, if we assume that it was between 20 to 25%, it went from, then that means it's about 500 to 654,000 black people in Jamaica right now who have FBA lineage. Damn. What we gonna do with them? I'm just asking. Their lineage tracks back to American slavery in America, in the United States. They people from South Carolina, Charleston, and Savannah. It's between 523,000 to 654,000 black Jamaicans who are of FBA lineage, or at least no less than about 130 to 400,000. So I'm just saying they are there. Okay. I'm not saying every Jamaican is FBA, but I'm saying there's a large chunk of them. If their parents or their great grandparents were enslaved in South Carolina and Georgia and Virginia or some other colony, and they got carried to Jamaica, we can't pretend that that person has no lineage to the American slavery system. They may be Jamaican today by nationality, but their lineage is FBA. They may speak patois. Their peoplehood may be Caribbean. But if their bloodline traces back to chattel slavery here in North America, the question gets complicated. I'm just saying. Are y'all running from it? This is the math. You can be mad at the math if you want to be. I don't care if you're mad at the math. I'm going to say it. This is why we call this the inconvenient truth. Who is who can't be found, and who is and who can't be foundational Black America. I'm just saying, y'all, you tell me what you want to do, baby, which way you want to take this. Now, let's get a little bit more uncomfortable. Somebody type Uncle Luke in the chat room. And you know I enjoy this. I enjoy making you all uncomfortable with my questions. That's about, 400 people left the chat room when I start talking about this. Y'all scared? Don't run now. Don't run now. It's your day. My foundational Black American brothers and sisters, it's your day today. Y'all be laughing when I be jumping on the Africans and the Caribbeans and the Mexicans. And I'm on your ass today. I love you to death, but I'm going to be on your ass. Okay, and last thing you want is a 6'4", 304-pound black man on your ass. I'm on your ass. Okay, this is this is harsh. But now, somebody type Uncle Luke. Somebody type the Bahamas in the chat room. Do you all know? Mainly after 1783, the Bahamas. Do you know what the Bahamas are? Can y'all point the Bahamas out on the map? Huh? Y'all act like they're sitting on the other side of the moon. When you say the Bahamas, damn, you going all the way down there. The closest Bahamian island, okay? There's an island called Bimini. It's 50 nautical miles from South Florida. That's about 55 to 75 regular miles. So they can literally build a bridge over there. You can get there in 45 minutes. A fast boat. Let me put it in perspective because I know who I'm dealing with. Let's say you you got a speedboat full of cocaine and you trying to run, you trying to get away. This is 1987 and you trying to get away from the Coast Guard. Okay, you got your speedboat, your twin engines in the back. Yeah, you done picked up the cocaine from Pablo. It would take you about an hour in a boat to get from the Bahamas to the Florida coast. Okay, that's how close they are. If you're in a helicopter, it's the same distance to get from one side of New York to the other side of New York in a helicopter, about 20 minutes. So in the 1700s or in the early 1800s, what they would consider a fast sailing boat, which would be their equivalent to a speedboat or a helicopter, because that's the perspective of people. And a good wind, you could make it in a few hours. So the Bahamas is very close. It's reachable. It's connected. So after the revolution, the loyalists, they didn't just go to Canada. They didn't just go to Jamaica. They fled. Somebody type flee. They fled to the Bahamas too. And they brought their black people with them. They brought their slaves with them. Let me tell you how many they brought. All the people in the Bahamas. I want you to listen. Listen to me. They brought this when they brought these black people to the Bahamas. Let me tell you how many it was. The Bahamas population tripled. The National Archive says that the Bahamas population tripled when the black folk and the white folk from Charleston and Savannah and British East Florida moved down there. Most of the evacuees came from the Gullah Geechee region of coastal Carolina. You understand that? So what does that mean? I want you to understand that if the population tripled and the vast majority of the people came from America and the slaves were from America and their ethnogenesis was in America, okay? What does that mean? Because see, today the Bahamas has 400,000 people, specifically 400,516 people. That's roughly 90%, and 90% of them identify as black. So that's about 362,900 black Bahamians. Okay, that's how many black people in Bahamas there. We don't have a perfect genealogical count, but if even 25 to 50%, not 2/3 or 3/3, but even 25 to 50% have at least one line tied to enslaved black people brought from the American colonies, that's 90 to 181,000 black people. And if the estimate is 50 to 75, that's 181,000 to 272,000 black Bahamians. So what I'm saying is the majority of the black Bahamians are FBA lineage. So what we gonna do with that? What are we gonna do with that? I mean, the ethnogenesis was here. They could trust their lineage to the United States. What we gonna do? They got their papers. Well, what y'all gonna do? Somebody type Tether in the chat room. What we gonna do? If their lineage is tied to the American chattel slavery system, and they can trace their lineage to their relatives who came after the Revolutionary War from the Gullah Geechee Islands, South Carolina, and the coastal island, Georgia, they came from, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? It is what we gonna do. Either it is or it ain't. And let me tell you, Florida makes it even messier. Florida was Spanish okay? Then British in 1763 to 1783, and then Spanish again from 1783 to 1821. So before becoming part of the United States, all my people in Florida, this was a borderland. The empires kept changing paperwork while black people were still there enslaved. Okay, who's the new boss? Are we speaking Spanish this week? Buenos dias, senor. Okay, who's the new boss? Are we speaking English? Good morning, sir. You understand? The paperwork changed, but the black people was there. They were still being enslaved. They moved, they escaped. They were carried somewhere else. Most of the Bahamians and the British West Indians have their Caribbean slavery history. We know that. They deserve respect. But some have, or a lot, I should say, have ancestral lines through the American colonies and the American slavery system. So if FBA is bloodline only, that raises the question. If FBA is bloodline plus continued formation inside the United States, then they're better understood as Black American descended Caribbean diaspora or something. I don't know, but they still have lineage in the United States. The connection is not the same, right? But if the lineage matters, we can't ignore that some of that lineage may be sitting right there in the Bahamas and the British West Indies in real people, possibly numbering from tens to hundreds of thousands of people today. What y'all gonna do with that? I'm just trying to ask, what are y'all gonna do? I need to know. What we gonna do? Tell me. I don't know. I'm asking questions. Are y'all still here? Y'all mad? Look, I'm losing people. I done lost about 500 people. I don't care how mad you get. I'm gonna chop this up and put all these videos out. Y'all gonna be mad as hell. I don't even care. You understand? So what are we doing? Are they FBA or not? Or do they have FBA lineage or not? Your great-great-grandma had 2 kids. One of them fought for the Americas and one of them fought for the British. The one that fought for the British ended up in the Bahamas. Your relatives ended up staying in Georgia. Now here we are in 2026. You go down to the Bahamas, you take a random DNA test, and come to find out you got 15 relatives in the Bahamas that can trace back to your grandparent, your great-great-grandma. Is that FBA lineage or not? I'm just asking questions. Now, that being the case, let's go ahead and get a little bit more uncomfortable. So remember I told y'all that you had these black people who went to Canada? Remember that? We talked about that. Somebody type Nova Scotia. All my people who can spell good, type Nova Scotia in the chat room. If you're a good speller, type Nova Scotia in the chat room. Anybody that can't spell, I don't want you to try. Okay? Don't mess this up for everybody. Okay? Non-spellers, this is not for you. Good spellers only. Nova Scotia. Somebody type Nova Scotia in the chat room. Okay? All right. When I see Nova Scotia a couple times, I'm gonna ask you to do something else. Okay? Now I want you to type something else that's even more difficult to spell. All right. Nova Scotia. We typed that. Now I want you to type something called Sierra Leone. All right. Somebody type Sierra Leone. Now, some of you all may think this is a ski resort, and others of you may think, oh, this must be some type of new steak or something like that. Is that similar to a bone-in ribeye? No, totally different. Sierra Leone.
Those who fought for freedom.
Is a country in Africa. Okay, it wasn't a country at the time, it was a country in Africa. So the black people got tired of Nova Scotia. They said, you damn Canadians are treating us horribly. We fought for the king, we have rights, blah, blah, blah. They start feeling themselves. And they said, you know what, we can just gonna go back to Africa. And that's what they did. And guess where they went? This 1792. All right, the war ended in 1783. It took 9 years, and they said, we getting the hell out of here. So they went and got a boat, and they went to a place called Sierra Leone. I'm gonna let you look at this video because I know you all don't believe me. And so you need to see white folk tell you, and then I'll come back and I'll give you some facts, okay? Listen to, so they got tired, they left America, they got tired of it, of how they were treated in Africa, so they went to Sierra Leone.
What happened to those who fought for freedom and loyalty during the American Revolution? The Black Loyalists were formerly enslaved people who sided with the British, believing they would gain
fair use,
freedom. After the war, around 3,500 black loyalists migrated to Nova Scotia in 1783.
Remember we talked about that? I told you that. Shout out Big J. We talked about that. I already told you that. Let's keep listening.
They established communities, but faced discrimination and harsh conditions.
Remember they had a riot the year they got there, the Shelburne riot? Remember that? Let's go.
Despite these challenges, they built settlements like Birchtown, the largest black settlement in North America at the time. Their
The largest black settlement in North America was in Canada. Wasn't in Compton. Wasn't in Atlanta. It was in Canada. Okay?
struggle for equality and rights paved the way for future generations. Today, their legacy remains vital to Canada's history.
Okay.
Subscribe for more.
Okay. All right. All right. So they got the hell out of there. Okay. They got the hell out of there. So let me give you a breakdown. Okay. All right. This is not easy. It's not going to be quick. All right. They escaped American slavery. They made it to the British territory. But Nova Scotia wasn't some promised land. It wasn't a plantation slavery style place either, but it was still cold. It was racist and it was poor. All right. And it was full of broken promises. And the black people, loyalists, as they call it, have been promised freedom and land and a future. But many just got poor land. They got smaller grants. They got delayed on. They had treated them bad. And the white folks up there was like, yeah, I know we fought on behalf of the British, but you know, whatever. So then came the violence. So here we are in 1784. You just got there. And there's a place called the Shelburne riots broke out. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Basically, what happened was a white mob attacked the black loyalists in Shelburne near Birchtown, which is a place that they mentioned, on July 26, 1784. And the rioters attacked the home of a black preacher. His name was David George. Okay, David George. So these people escaped America because America wasn't safe and it was racist and whatnot. They got up to Nova Scotia thinking they were in the promised land. In Canada, it wasn't safe either. Okay, and they were free, but they were poor. All right, it was free, but it was cold as hell. It's Canada. Canada is cold. Free, they got pushed on bad land. Free, but still treated like they are the problem. And so that's where this fella named Thomas Peters, somebody type Thomas Peters in the chat room. Thomas Peters comes in. And Peters was a formerly enslaved black man from North Carolina who escaped, fought for the British, ended up in Nova Scotia, Canada, and became one of the loudest voices against these brokers. I can't believe these promises got up here, man. They made us all these promises, but I can't. I bet he was cussing. Man, hell with that, man. I'm tired of that. You got to be real mad to get so fired up you want to go to Africa. I'm just saying that. You got to be real hot that you so hot. We gonna run it. We up out of here. Okay. So guess what he did? He went to England and he helped connect black Nova Scotians to the Sierra Leone Company's plan for a new settlement in West Africa. All right. And I need y'all to understand something about Africa. The Africa that we know of today wasn't the Africa in 1792. Okay. 1792. But let me establish this. 1792, about 1,200 black folk left Canada. Right? Keep in mind, about 3,000 got up there. Okay? I'm sure they had some kids. They got there in 1783. It's 8-9 years later. They said, hell with this. We're going to leave up out of here. We're going to Africa. 1,200. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of black folks on some boats. Remember, they was only able to bring us over here a couple of hundred at a time. They got 1,200 in a boat, and they sailed to Sierra Leone, and they established what they call Freetown. And that matters. Somebody type Freetown in the chat room. These were people who escaped slavery in America. They got disrespected in Canada and Nova Scotia. Then they crossed, they got fired up and hot. And they said, we're going to cross the Atlantic and we're going back to Africa. And we're going to build a place that we can finally live free. But we don't need to romanticize Africa. Okay? Sierra Leone was not empty. It was not empty in 1792. West Africa was made up of kingdoms and chieftains and towns and trading networks and ethnic communities and local rulers. And these modern African borders that we talk about, these 54 states, that didn't happen much later. And a little bit about that, maybe one day I'll talk about that. But during what was called the European Scramble for Africa, they had something called the Berlin Conference. The Berlin Conference happened between 1884 and 1885. It was at that time that the European countries divvied up Africa and have roughly the lines that you see, which are the territory of the states. That's what that was. So here's the thing. When you got to understand something, when the British-backed Sierra Leone company dropped off 1,200 black folk, formerly enslaved black folk from America, they took them over there to Sierra Leone, or what we call Sierra Leone, dropped them off in Freetown, okay? What they were basically doing was bringing outsiders to a land already people, it already had people and rulers and laws and claims and a social system and conflict. So what was that? Huh? You drop a bunch of people that ain't from here off over here. What is that called? To me, that's called colonization. Yeah, so we got some black colonizers out here. Thank you so much, Empress. No, look, it's not the same as what the white colonizers did, but it's colonization nonetheless. But still, the British backed the project. They moving one group into a land already occupied by African communities, black or not. I've already established that these black people in Africa right now don't see you. Didn't you see that? They don't think you're black. They don't think you're black, do they? Right? Nope. Okay, so they don't think you. What do you think they thought then? Huh? What do you think that they thought about these Americans come up? Did you think they came over here and just start putting on kente cloth and speaking Yoruba and all that? Absolutely not. So what do you think happened next? What do you think happened next? You already know what happened. You know what happened? Beef. Somebody type beef in the chat room. Beef. I've been black my whole life. And I know enough to know about black people. Look, I went to a black college. I live in a black neighborhood. I got black family members. I done been to black cookouts, black clubs, black restaurants. And I know if you get enough of us together at the same time, hallelujah, if you get enough of us together at the same damn time, in the same damn place, we will find a reason to beef. How? Somebody say beef. How? Let the church say beef. How? Let the church say conflict. Ha! I know my people. Ha! And my people will beef. Ha! They will find the reason. Ha! She looking at me wrong. Ha! He stepped on my shoes. Ha! I think he looked like the man that owed me $25. Ha! We will find a reason to beef. And we did. Now you treat the white folks well. Okay? Nevertheless, some of the Africans were cool with it, especially if they thought they were going to get something out of the deal. They thought, oh, we'll get some trade and some money. We can work with these black, these American black, whatever they are, the Akata. We can work with these Akatas. We might get some protection. We get some advantage. But everybody wasn't on board with that. Some of the kings and chiefs, they peeped game early. They saw the British abolitionists that was coming in with their Bibles again. Okay, they had their men with their guns, talking about freedom and Christianity and civilization, how they was going to help the savages of Africa find white Jesus with blue eyes. All that pretty talk was really all about land, control, trade, and resources, and pimping. That's what it was really about. But nevertheless, there's always conflict, okay? There was already conflict before the black folks showed up from Canada. Granville Town was an early settlement in the same region. It's been destroyed in 1789 by a man named King Jimmy. He was of a Temne tribe. I can't say the word. Temne tribe, okay? He was a Temne leader. And so by 1782, which is 3 years later, this wasn't some empty land waiting for somebody to come occupy. There were already African people there. They already had their chiefs and their land and their claims and their trading systems and their political systems and all of that, their family structure. And so again, white folks showed up with a flag and a Bible and a land plan. And you know, anytime that happened, black folks know they got to pay attention. All right. Again, this is what you need to understand about these black folk who came from America by way of Nova Scotia. They didn't stop being culturally American just because they stepped foot in Africa. They were still FBA. Okay, they spoke English. They brought the Protestant Christianity, same Protestant church y'all go to. They brought their Baptist and Methodist church traditions. They brought North American ideas about towns and schools and churches and trade and government. Some had military experience. Some had lived under slavery. Some escaped through the British lines. Some survived in Nova Scotia, and then they crossed the ocean. But nevertheless, they were still Americans. The American culture, foundational Black American cultures. So when they got to West Africa, they didn't just blend in like they'd been there the whole time. Remember, we are, at this point, 300 years removed from Africa. And this was way back in 1792. You understand? 200 years. You see? So they get to Africa and they're a whole different people. They didn't just blend in. They came in as a distinct settler group. All right? And that's the part people don't want to say out loud. Yes, they were Black. They were as Black as those those Nigerians and Ghanaians in South Africa. Yes, they were. Our ancestors came from Africa. Yes, they escaped the American slavery system, but they were generations removed from Africa. They had never seen Africa in their lives. Their culture had been formed in the American colonies in the British North America. So when they landed in Sierra Leone, or what is now known as Sierra Leone, around all these African tribes, they were settlers. They were outsiders. They were under the British colonial project. And so over time, those same Nova Scotian settlers, along with the later Jamaicans, because Jamaicans came there, Maroons. Remember, Jamaica was a colony of England, right? They helped form what is called the Creole peoples, K-R-I-O, or Sierra Leone Creole people. So now you have African roots, American slavery, British loyalists, history, Nova Scotia, disappointment, West African settlement, Protestant religion, English language, Sierra Leonean peoplehood, all wrapped into a very complicated story. And this is where the FBA question gets uncomfortable. It ain't clean, is it? It ain't clean. It's not clean. It's soiled. Somebody typed soiled in the chat. It's soiled. Now, I want you to listen. Sierra Leoneans descended from those Nova Scotian Black loyalties have real FBA lineage. I'm not talking about weak lineage. I'm talking about strong lineage. Their ancestors were enslaved in the American colonies. They fought their way out during the Revolutionary War. They left America because stand meant that they would have death or re-enslavement. They went to Nova Scotia. They got disrespected by white folk and treated poorly, had to deal with race riots. They helped build Freedom Town in 1792. So if FBA blood line means that you're a descendant, then we have a serious argument we need to try to figure out. Right? I mean, do they have FBA lineage or not? Do they have FBA lineage or not? It's a yes or no question. Lineage means your genetics, your bloodline can trace back to the chattel system of slavery here in the United States. So if they have FBA lineage, then it is what it is. You can't, that's like arguing with math. It is what it is. Now, here's the thing. They didn't remain in the United States through Reconstruction, or Jim Crow, or segregation, or redlining, or mass incarceration, and the modern Black struggle that we dealt with. But hell, there's a lot of Africans that came over here. A lot of Caribbeans that came over here doing Jim Crow and segregation and Reconstruction and redlining and mass incarceration and modern Black struggle. They dealing with modern Black struggles too. I think the way we differentiate those Caribbeans and those Africans, that well, you weren't here during slavery. You can't trace your lineage back to slavery. But these Sierra Leoneans that went up there from Nova Scotia can. So you see where we at? Damn. Somebody type damn in the chat room. Damn, Uncle D. So what's the conclusion? Huh? I mean, if a person who came over here from Sierra Leone today, and they can trace their lineage right back to their family members in Georgia, South Carolina, are they Tethers or not? Huh? Are they Tethers or not? I mean, y'all got the same great-great-grandma. Are they Tethers or not? I mean, you basically talking about people who fought for freedom. They were freedom fighters. They descended from freedom fighters. They fought the American government to get free. Are they tethers or not? Somebody type tethers or not in the chat. To be or not to be a tether? That is the question. Damn, Uncle D got us again, man. Damn. What we gonna do? What is we gonna do? That's the inconvenient truth. Their bloodline points right back to Black America. Their ethnogenesis is right here in Black America. The Africans will tell you these people are not our people. But see, their modern peoplehood developed in Sierra Leone. Now, does that create a reparations claim? Damn, I don't know. Is it bloodline or not? Because if it's not just bloodline, and it's what they had to deal with in the United States, then that means we got to open the door and let all these Caribbeans and Africans and folk in. But if it is bloodline, then that means we got to look at the fact that we got these tethers who came here. They went all the way to Sierra Leone, but their bloodline is intact. What we gonna do? What is we gonna do? Damn it. Amen, amen, amen. Look. It's something very important I need y'all to do for me right now. I need everybody to pay attention. You know what time it is. I need to try to get to what I'm trying to do. Y'all know what I'm trying to do, don't you? You do know what I'm trying to do, okay? All right, I need y'all to do. I need y'all to make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Let me see what my subscriptions look like. We ain't taking a break, but you all need to go ahead and, are you learning something? If you hadn't learned anything, you just hard to teach. But if you learn something, I should earn something. But in the meantime, I need y'all to make sure, apparently YouTube took 20 of my subscribers away for whatever reasons. I need you all to make sure you are still subscribed to the channel. Please subscribe to the channel right now. Take the time to subscribe to the channel. I'm checking to see what my subscriptions look like right now. I need you all to take the opportunity to subscribe to the channel. You'll never get another person as bold as me. I need, I need approximately 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. I need 18 people to subscribe to the channel so I can get to 92,600. Okay, so take the time and hit your little button and subscribe to the channel right now. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. I know. I'm looking at you. You right there. You with your phone like this on the side of your face. I'm looking you in the pickup, you in the truck with your phone down there listening to me in your truck. You riding across the country. Yeah, you. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. Don't play. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You sitting in there ignoring your girlfriend, listening to me, go ahead and do it. Go ahead. Everybody who have something else to do and you sat up here and decide to listen to me with your earphones on, subscribe to the channel right now. Talking to you. I'm talking to you. Yes, you. Is he talking to me? I'm talking to you. You with the shirt on. I'm talking to you right now. And I'm talking to you too, lady. I'm talking to you with the bonnet on your head. All the women with bonnets on your head. Every woman with a bonnet on her head. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. All right, fellas. All the fellas with crusty feet. I need you to subscribe to the channel right now. I need my crusty feet crew. All the brothers that have not put lotion on their feet and they got ashy ankles, I need you to subscribe to the channel. All the white supremacists who are waiting around for me to get the Black committee to issue an official apology. I need y'all to hit the subscribe button now. Go ahead and do it. All the angry Muslims. All the angry Black Muslims, I need you to come in here. I need you to subscribe. You need to hear this. You need to come on up in and hear this. I need 6 more people to subscribe to the channel right now. All you angry, come on. Come on now. Don't run from it. Don't just be happy it's not your day. Just be happy it's not your day. I'll be on them. When people die, I give them their day. Haitians, they caught hands last week. The poor Haitians, they were like, what are you doing to me? We are doing. Yeah, I caught hands. It's not your day today, baby. Subscribe to the channel today. Go ahead. We need 5 more people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I need 5 people. Out of 600-700 of y'all, I need 5 folk. You send this to a friend. Send this to your Muslim friend. He's about to do his hadith. He over there, you know, talking about don't eat pork, don't eat pork. I send him this. Next time you say, that's why I've been eating them pork rinds in front of you right now. I didn't know. Yeah. I need 5 people. All I need is 5 people to subscribe to the channel, and we will be at 92,000. Okay, I need 4 people. Don't hate watch. You're not gonna sit up here and hate watch me. You're gonna subscribe to this channel. 3 people. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 3 more people. Look where we at. I want y'all to see where we at. Okay? See that? See, you can't see. It's almost, I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel, and I get back to work. I got more to say. I'll talk to you. 2 people. I need 2 people. I got 92,598 people. Subscribe to the channel now. 1 person. I need 1 person to give me the 92,600. And I get back to work. I'm going to get back to work as soon as y'all give me my 92,600 people. There we go. Praise God. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Now let's get back. Let's get back to where we at. I'd like to thank all the crusty feet people, all the ladies with bonnets on. Okay. I'd like to thank all the angry Muslims, all the white supremacists. Everybody's welcome here with Uncle D, baby. Everybody welcome to get this work. Uncle D is passing out the truth over here. I'm here to hurt your ears, make you feel bad. Yeah. Next time they tell you don't eat that pork sandwich, brother. You know you worshiping the damn racist ass religion. You got that brother-in-law trying to, yeah, man, when you gonna come down to the mob? You know you're racist, man. But anyway, yes, welcome back. And my man Mark, the freelancer, says, if you're frustrated with your bunions and you got gout, go ahead and subscribe. I want all y'all to come in. Anybody who's took an Epsom salt bath in the last year and a half, go ahead and chime in. Ladies, if you got hair on your nipples, I know some of y'all had that problem. Go get that electrolysis. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. This is help out. Fellas, look, man, if you got earwax in your ear and it's dripping out when you're on your date, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. All of this that I'm doing will help all those ailments. Okay, that's what I do, baby. This is an all-inclusive place of healing. Okay, so I appreciate y'all. You know, if you got an awkward birthmark somewhere, okay, I knew a dude, elementary school, he had that white birthmark on his face. It's strange. If you got one of those, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. This place is for you. We welcome everyone here. Okay, we welcome all y'all. Come on in and subscribe to the channel. I'm here for you. I'm here to help you learn how to make your life better. Now, let's get back to the business at hand. Who's FBA and who's not? We're talking about some inconvenient truths. You know, it's very inconvenient what I'm talking about, man. It makes people wonder. And look, let's go. Look, where do we leave off? We left off at 1783. We moved forward 1792. Black people went to Africa. They went to a place called Sierra Leone. No, it's not a soft drink. It is a country in Africa. Okay, y'all confusing Sierra Leone with Sierra Mist. Okay, there's 2 different things. One is a frosty beverage that is good with rum. Another one is a location in West Africa. Okay, I just want you all to know that. Don't confuse these things. I know that since they stopped teaching Black history in the schools in America, that you all don't know that. But that provides me an opportunity to teach you Black history. Okay, and that's what I'm doing, and I'm proud of what I'm doing. And if you learn something, feel free to let me know by showing me and allowing me to earn something. Now, we're going to get back to the business at hand. So let's talk about something called the War of 1812. I know you all have never heard of it. I'm not talking about a war at your neighbor's house. You lived in 1815 and 1812. I'm not talking about a domestic violence issue at your people in them house, your best friend people in them house down the street. The War of 1812 was a war that nobody ever talks about. America don't like to talk about it. And you'll understand why. Okay, we talk about the revolution. We skip right past this War of 1812. It lasted 4 years. Okay, what happened? Why they don't want to talk about it? Because the British came back. The British came back. They came back. They bust back. Okay, they busted you on them. Okay, the Declaration of Independence. Oh no, we coming to get our bitch back. That's basically what they said, we come to get all out. They came back, okay? Excuse the language. And they came back, they bought that business. They were still the biggest empire on the planet, all right? And, you know, again, we saw what was going on, okay? They basically said, we still got business over there, all right? And the black people were right back in the middle. Hold on, who gonna win? Hold on a minute. So the War of 1812 actually began in June of 1812. And so by August 1814, the British, they came through Chesapeake Bay. They was defeating the American forces at a place called Bladensburg. They marched into Washington, D.C. They burnt down the Capitol. You know what Congress said? They burnt down the U.S. Capitol. They burnt down the White House, man. You know, the White House used to have a dome on the top. They burnt it down. They never even built it back. You know what the Secret Service sit on top? They looking at CNN. That was a dome up there. They burnt it down. Okay. You see, they burnt the presidents out. They was very disrespectful when they came back through. They were very disrespectful. They were very, very humiliating with this particular war. They did not see America as an equal. Okay. Now, while America was getting embarrassed and black people, they were watching. We was like, hold on, where's the door? Okay. We know what our people did and slid up to Jamaica and to Canada and down to the Caribbean. So we were trying to say, are we going to be able to get an opening too? All right, who's going to give us our way out? And so in places like Maryland, Virginia, Chesapeake Bay, or the Chesapeake region, the coastal Georgia, black people saw a chance to escape. Some waited for the British raids. They like, as soon as the British come, we out. They gathered up Martha Land, we are out of here. Okay, they used small boats. They paddled to the British ships. They weren't sitting around waiting to be rescued. They were getting up out of there. They were watching, planning, and moving. So here's what happened in 1814. You know how these British officers are with their proclamations. We talked about Lord Dunmore. There was a British admiral. His name was Sir Alexander Cochrane. Okay, not to be confused with Johnny Cochrane. Okay, but 1814 he issued a proclamation allowing people in the United States to leave and either serve the British or settle as free people in the British colonies. Okay, to enslave people in Chesapeake, the message was clear. British lines mean you got a road to freedom. All right, and one place they went was a place called Tangier Island, where the British built the Fort Albion in 1814. Hundreds of African Americans who escaped. Hundreds of black folk they got out of there. Okay, they had black men join their corps of colonial Marines. They weren't just runaways, they were freedom fighters. They escaped slavery. They came back in uniform with the blicky. Okay, think about that. You ran over there, they came back with the blicky. You know what I'm saying? You gonna give us a chance to shoot? These white dudes have been whipping on us and raping our women and selling them. Oh, hell no, they came back. They wouldn't miss that for the world. And they were dangerous because, see, they knew the land. They knew the roads. They knew the rivers. They were used to the climate. They knew the plantations. They knew the people. They knew the people's habit. He's going to be on church on Sunday. Old Master Jenkins, he got a yellow slave girl down by the creek. His wife don't know about it. He'll be down there by noon. Go down there every Tuesday. You understand what I'm saying? So they knew where they were. So they were catching them slipping. So you can imagine the British saw this as very valuable. All right. And the Americans saw this as horrible. This is horrible. Now, keep in mind, it's 1814. The United States has been a country for almost, at that point, 35 years. You understand? So this is America now. So these people are Americans. These are real life Americans at this point. They have the history of chattel slavery. They have the lineage in chattel slavery. But again, the British lost. I don't know how they lost, but they lost. All right. And guess what? When they did lose, you have to ask you, where did the black people go this time? Huh? Where did they go? With the American slave owners, they wanted their people back. And I need you to understand something. By 1814, all right, the transatlantic slave trade had been outlawed by Britain and the United States. They passed something called the Slave Trade Act of 1807. And the United States passed an act prohibiting the importation of slaves in 1807, and it became of 1807, and it became effective on January 1st, 1808. So the American slave owners couldn't legally get more Africans from Africa anymore. So we're looking at a shortage. And this is where those slave farms came into place. You understand? Now, I want you to understand, this is why when I talk about my reparations plan, it's based solely on the fact of a time period of slave trade after slavery, the importation of slavery became illegal. Shout out to my man, Lock Profits. I appreciate you guys. So and that's why my reparation plans work when all these other people's don't, because they're going to just, when slavery was legal, listen to what they told the people in Ghana, who would, the people from Ghana, the president of Ghana, oh, slavery was legal. Your whole argument is invalidated. So you have to show that it was illegal at the time. And that's what I've done with my reparations plan, which I've been dealing with it for 4 or 5 years. They've been mad at me for a long time, but now you see how the Lord works. If you need something, the gifts that you need will come from in your people. All the miracles that are talked about in the Bible, they always come from the people. And that's why it's important, ladies, that you shouldn't have baby deletions. The reason you shouldn't have baby deletions because the freedom fighters and the Jesuses and the people that we need are going to come from your womb. When our people need something, God sends that person through a womb. And so when you having all these baby deletions, what that does is it stops our progress. I want you to think about that. I don't want to get in your business. I don't want to get in. I know you didn't like him like that. I don't want to get in your business. I know you didn't want to push his little ugly baby out, but you don't know that baby could have been special. That could have been our Malcolm X. That could have been, I'm just saying, I don't want to get too far off, but the bottom line is, family, when we get back to the conversation at hand, these black folks were leaving, and these American slave owners were saying, no, we want these black bodies back. You need to send them back. We're going to put them to work in the field. We're going to use them for breeding purposes. Okay. It made it the prohibition on the transatlantic slave trade made things, it was a shortage. You had to buy slaves from the breeding farm. And so that made the black bodies already inside the United States even more valuable for labor, for reproduction, and for control. So when enslaved black people ran to the British, and slave owners weren't just mad about it, they were stressed out. They wanted those black bodies back in the fields. They wanted them back in the slave quarters. They wanted back for labor. They back for breeding, back under the control. And so to the enslavers, these weren't human beings making a freedom choice. They were stolen property. That's how they saw us. They were lost labor. They were lost future children, lost money, and lost power. But to the black people who escaped, they were free. And the British didn't give a damn about helping American slave owners get their property back. You see how disrespectful they were? They didn't give a damn about America. They still disrespectful to America now. But what ended up happening, they end up signing a treaty called the Treaty of Ghent. It was signed, and I mean, it's spelled Ghent. I don't know, I guess that's Ghent. But it was signed on December 24th, 1814. But after the war, Americans still wanted those black people returned. They like, nah, we want these people back. It's hard to get black people now. You all got the Caribbean locked down. We can't get slaves from Africa. But Britain said, nah, we ain't gonna give them back. F y'all. You see what I'm saying? Y'all gonna eat it. But eventually Britain paid compensation instead of handing our people back. So here comes the second wave north. All right. So we talking about 1812. You had black people, refugees, former slaves, former loyalists. They went to Nova Scotia again, about 2,000 of them. Escaped people arrived during the war, and 400 later, about 400 came afterwards. Okay, so 2,000 came during the war, about 400 came afterwards. They went to a place called New Brunswick. Their names were recorded, and again, in what is called the Halifax list. Okay, so we moved on from the Book of Negroes to something called the Halifax list. From remember the Book of Negroes from the Revolutionary War? Again, these were not immigrants coming into America. These were black people escaping American slavery. And America was the America that we know at the time. So freedom in Nova Scotia still wasn't easy. Many faced the same problems. White folk up there had not changed. They got poor land, they got poverty, It was cold. They had job competition. It was racism. It was cold. They got a lot of unfair treatment and bigotry. And again, it was cold. And so they escaped one racial system and entered into another. Still, they built communities. They strengthened Black life in Nova Scotia, and they became part of the African Nova Scotian history. And many of them settled in places like Preston and the Hammonds and Hammond Plains and Beachville and Halifax and Annapolis Valley. And that's why they belong in the timeline. They came out of the American slavery system, and their movement wasn't ordinary immigration. It was wartime self-emancipation. And these were Americans. Now, I'm going to share something that's going to really tear your mind up. Because, see, I've already told you they went to the Caribbean. But I didn't tell you that they went to many parts of the Caribbean. Somebody type Nicki Minaj. Somebody type Nicki Minaj in the chat room. Somebody type Nicki Minaj in the chat room. Where's Nicki Minaj from? Okay. Again, so now we're in 1815 to 1821. Some of you all have relatives that you can trace back to that. All right. We talk about Black people who escaped American slavery and went to British North America and ended up in places like Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. And then later they went back to Africa to Sierra Leone, about 1200. But we don't always talk about where some of the rest went. They went to Trinidad. Somebody type Trinidad in the chat room. A lot of you know Trinidad because that's where Nicki Minaj is from. That's where Carnival is. But what you don't know is that Trinidad has a pocket of people whose ancestors trace directly back to the formerly enslaved Black Americans who escaped during the War of 1812. And guess what they call them? They call them Americans. They call them Americans, and the name is generally understood to come from the word American. In Trinidad, American became Merkins, or Merkins. And that name matters because it tells you who these people were or were understood to be. They weren't originally Trinidadians. They weren't ordinary Caribbean migrants. They were known as Americans because that's where their story came from. This is 1814. This is not, relatively speaking, this is not that long ago. So Trinidad's National Archives described Americans as descendants of formerly enslaved African Americans from the southern states who fought for the British as colonial Marines during the War of 1812 and were later settled in Trinidad. So here's the thing. I got some video because that's what I do, because I know y'all don't believe me. You know, I'm Black. Of course you wouldn't believe me. I mean, why would you believe me? If I'd have to be white for you all to just take my word for it. I know how this goes. I know my people. But I got some videos I'm going to share with you. Y'all hit the number. Well, actually,
the United States government asked to be compensated because these are property. At the end of the war, the United States government asked to be compensated because these are property. And the British don't pay.
They don't give a damn.
They don't give the slaves back. They don't pay up. They're already moving towards the abolition of slavery, and they're not interested in the property rights of American planters.
Again, I want you to hear what he just said. The British were already moving towards abolition. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the Revolutionary War, we know that the Civil War was fought over slavery. But what we don't know is that the American Revolution was actually fought over slavery, and nobody ever talks about that. But again, this is I want you to look to the white man because I know y'all will believe him more than me. Let's somebody type Trinidad James in the chat room.
The core colonial Marines were taken to Trinidad, where they were disbanded on the 20th of August 1816 in the south of the island in very rich soil. They were each given 16 acres of land. They formed a community, very independent-minded, very well known for being quite different from everybody else, with a strange American accent and so on. And the community still relishes its origins in America.
They still celebrate the fact that they're Americans right now. That's what I'm trying to explain to you all. They know they're Americans. They know they're descended from slaves here in America. So they clearly have foundational Black American lineage. I mean, these are the facts.
Known as the Americans.
Some of the slaves that actually took up the offer of the British were promised freedom in Nova Scotia, Halifax, in North America.
Okay, so you can look that up on your own. I got another couple of videos. Somebody type Merkins in the chat room. Merkins. Somebody type Merkins. Keep listening.
Talk about a group of African Americans whose descendants went to Trinidad and stayed there.
Somebody type they fled. Yeah, they fled. Somebody fled. Somebody type flee. They fled. Isn't that what we say about the Tethers? They fled. So basically, when the Americans got down to Trinidad, the Trinidad was like, y'all fled y'all country. That's what they said. Somebody type flee. Flee. You know how we say Black Americans, the FBA don't flee. These ones fled. That's one of those inconvenient truths out here. Somebody type flee in the chat room. They fleed. They fleed it. Fleed. They did. I don't know how you say it. Keep going.
Since the 1800s. A lot of people don't know about them.
They don't, baby.
But
They don't know about
yes, there is a group of African Americans who resided in the Caribbeans.
Not only are they African Americans, but they know they're African Americans. They refer to themselves as African Americans, and they know that they are descended from the slaves in African America. Are they FBA? I mean, the lineage is direct, and they are freedom fighters. I mean, these are not just people that wandered down to Mexico running from Native American Cherokee tribes and ended up in northern Mexico. These are actually freedom fighters that took arms against the United States for foundational Black American freedom. So are we just going to disavow them of their lineage? I need to know. Y'all let me know. I'm just trying to understand.
And their descendants still prosper there. And it's
still there.
Beautiful to see that. A lot of people tend to forget that our ancestors traveled, moved around, due to maybe wars and other things, or making personal decisions for their family. So please be mindful when we have these diaspora wars who we could affect, because there are groups of people who move to different parts of the world and they become immersed in other cultures or share cultures with people, and we tend to forget about those people.
Y'all mad at me? Don't be mad at me. These videos on the internet. I didn't make these videos up. I mean, it's right there on
Here's
TikTok.
Another video that you guys wanted me to do, and in this video, we'll be talking about the Americans. Who are the Americans? The Americans are the descendant of African American Colonial Marines.
Now he said it right, Americans. That's the way the Americans. That's probably how the Trinidadians said Americans.
Who ended up leaving the United States and then settling in Trinidad and Tobago.
No, brother, they got ran up out the United States. They had to flee. Okay, our people had to flee. Remember, they had fought. They took them guns, were shooting white people. They were formerly slaves. They joined up with the British in 1812. They burnt down the White House. They was gonna have a lynching here if they had caught any one of them. Boy, they were gonna tear them up. They had to flee. Somebody type fled. We fled in the chat room. We had to flee. I would have fled too. You give me? I'd have shot the white man. I'd have shot all the slave masters. They coming for your butt. You killed me. Shit. They had to get up. They had to raise up out of here. Let's keep listening.
Especially the southern part. So if we look at a map, the Americans settled in an area close to where Guaguayere is.
So you see this right here, this little area right there, that long word, I can't say it, whatever that means. So this is Trinidad and Tobago. This is Port-au-Prince right here in the upper left-hand side. Arima, you got, I don't know, Rio Claro, Point, whatever. I can't see this other word. So way down here in the lower, that long word, Guaguayare. That's where the Americans are. That's where they said, I'm sure they've dispersed since then all around the island, but that's where they are. That's where you can go right there, and they will tell you, yeah, we are descended from slaves. So you gonna tell them that they don't have foundational Black American lineage? That's what you're saying. Let's keep listening.
It's in Moruga and the Naparima Plain. So how did these African Americans who would later become known as Americans get there? Well, it all goes back to the War of 1812. So background information, as I always like to use so that people can have context. During the War of 1812, it was a war between the United States and Great Britain. And in order for African Americans to want to side with the British, or basically for them to get their freedom, one of the things they could do was join the British military. And that example would be the Colonial Marines. There was about 6 company of them, of black men who fought for the British, and that was given by one of the commanders. After the War of 1812 was over, with the Treaty of Ghent being signed, these African Americans would leave with that British commander, and at first they were stationed in Bermuda, and they were about to be transmitted to the West India Regiment, but they refused to do that, so they ended up getting transferred to Trinidad and Tobago. And the governor there, by the name of Sir,
he said, all right, y'all good. Y'all good. That's what he said. You got them down there to Trinidad. All right, y'all good.
Ralph Woodford wanted to increase the amount of small farmers in the region, so therefore he wanted those Americans to come in. Now, they, like I said, they would settle in the south of the island. Now, there was a huge gender ratio. So it was about 400 to as much as 800 of them, particularly black men, that would go there, 200 women and children. So in order to balance out the ratio, they basically got black women from slave ships, or they tried to encourage black women from other areas to balance out the sex ratio.
Yeah, what he said it was about 800 black dudes down there on the farm. Like, now we need to get some bras down here. So you hear what they was doing? They was bringing in bras. So let me get this straight. They went down to Trinidad. They got free land, and they got an all-you-can-eat buffet of fine women. Oh, are you kidding me? That sounds like a pretty good deal. That sounds like a pretty good deal to me. It sounds like the Americans stayed for a reason. They got everything they want. They got freedom, and they got that WAP. That's not my word. I didn't invent it, but that's what they got. They got that freedom and that WAP. And so they were down there, 800 dudes down there. Damn. So, I mean, clearly they have FBA lineage. What are we going to do about this, y'all? What are we going to do?
Now, the area was kind of very difficult because there was not that many roads connected there. Most of the population wasn't Baptist, as the American population was.
They were Baptists. That's what you said.
They did ended up getting 16 acres of land for each of them. They were able to establish a community in that area, and they became self-sufficient. Many of them chose to stay there, and their descendants still live today. For example, there's a woman by the name of Hazel Manning. She was a Trinidadian senator and an educational minister. And you also have Brett Sancho, who was a footballer and minister of sports for Trinidad and Tobago. Their descendants still live there today. They still are self-sufficient. They still live off the land. They're still Baptist, so they still have remained.
So these people from Georgia and South Carolina, these are Southern Baptists, Trinidadians. That's what they are. Okay, I'm just saying. It's what
their culture. And one of the things that they did bring to Trinidad and Tobago as well was they did bring rice from Africa to the Low Country to Trinidad and Tobago. And this, y'all, is the African American connection to Trinidad and Tobago and how we helped each other's community. And let's not forget, there was also another Trinidadian man by the name of Stokely Carmichael who was influential in African American politics.
Damn, how do we get around? Somebody type tether in the chat room, but how can they be a tether if they got their paperwork? Oh man, what is we gonna do? I don't know what we gonna do with this. What are we gonna do? Anyway, so so now these, again, I want to be clear about something. These were black people who had been enslaved in America and escaped to the British lines and worked for the British and fought as a colonial marine. And after the war, they understood that going back to the United States meant that they would be going back to slavery. Okay. And so the British said, all right, y'all can, some of them went to Nova Scotia, some of them went to New Brunswick, and some of them went to Trinidad. Okay. Between 1815 and 1820, Trinidad became home to over 700, some say 800, formerly enslaved African Americans, former British colonial marines, and they were settled in the southern part of Trinidad, mainly in that village that you talk about. And they organized, they became leaders, they had children, they intermarried, and the Americans were connected to, they got 16 acres of land in Trinidad. And so let's not miss that. These people escaped American slavery. They fought. They left. They still worship. They're Protestants, they're Baptists. They had their own moral code, the burial practice, the music, preaching, leadership, discipline. It mimics what they learned here in the United States. I mean, these people have been shaped by American slavery for generations. They were Americans when they left. And so at least in 1619, it's about a war of 1812. We talking about almost 200 years. They've had their ethnogenesis here. So black people had already been formed by nearly 2 centuries. Now keep in mind, if they left in 1814, 1815, the Civil War ended in 1865. And so really, the Civil War ended when Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. So the Civil War really ended less than 50 years. So we're going to discount that 200 years of slavery ancestry that they had? That's what you're telling me? Is that what y'all telling me? So just because they weren't here for the last 200 years of slavery, what if your ancestors got here in 1845 and they only had to endure 15 years of slavery? Does that make you more FBA than these people who have been here for 200 years and then ended up in Trinidad? I don't know. But, we can't say, well, they left America. Can we say that? They left America so they have no FBA lineage? That doesn't make sense. They came directly out of the American slavery system. Matter of fact, they were in the South and they escaped it. They fought their way out of it. They were relocated because of it. So should we punish them for fighting their way out of slavery? Is that what y'all want to do? We are punishing foundational Black American lineage, those who, because they fought their way out of slavery or they went the Underground Railroad and made it to Canada. Is that what we're doing? We're punishing the freedom fighters? What kind of precedent is that setting? Huh? But the bottom line is their descendants became Trinidadian. Their American roots mixed with their Trinidadian life. They became part of Trinidadian history, culture, religion, and rural community life, but their origin still matters. The key point is this: the Americans began as Black Americans, but their descendants became a part of Trinidadian history. If FBA history means bloodline only, then Americans have one of the strongest overseas FBA lineage claims you can find. Their ancestors were formerly enslaved Africans, Americans who escaped when America was America during the War of 1812, fought for the British, were settled outside the United States because they had to escape. They would have killed them otherwise. But if FBA means bloodline plus continued life inside the United States, then that analysis changes. Americans descended didn't remain here through Reconstruction. They didn't stay here in Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, civil rights, mass incarceration, modern American racial system. So their later peoplehood became Trinidadian. That doesn't erase their American ancestry. It definitely doesn't erase their FBA lineage. It just means ancestry and modern political status aren't always the same. So some of these people in Trinidad aren't foreign Blacks. Some descend from Black Americans who escaped slavery before the Civil War. That's an inconvenient truth. Some went north, some went across the Atlantic, some went to Trinidad. Whether folks like it or not, the Americans are one of the clearest examples of foundational Black American lineage crossing borders and becoming something new, but their lineage counts. I mean, what are we gonna do with this? Huh? What are we doing? Somebody type, what is we gonna do in the chat room? What are we gonna do? It gets worse. I got a couple more that's gonna really bust your head wide open. Now, where are my people where are my passport bros at? I am still a passport bro, except I can't go nowhere without my wife because that would be inappropriate. But the bottom line is I love traveling. When I was traveling, it was great. I had a good time. I learned a lot. I would frequent the Dominican Republic a lot. And in the Dominican Republic, I remember my taxi driver, his name was Umberto. Umberto was always talking about your people in Samaná. Your people are in Samaná. My people are, what do you mean? I ain't got no people here. My people from Mississippi. What do you mean, Samaná? What do you mean, Samaná? So, you know, that name rings out. Somebody type Samaná in the chat room. Huh? Somebody type que lo que, wah, wah, wah. That's what the Dominicans say. So here we are. Let's go to 1824, okay? Up until this point, it's been easy to picture black people going to Canada, black people going to Nova Scotia, black people going to Sierra Leone, black people going to Trinidad, black people ended up in Jamaica or the Caribbean. But now we have to deal with something that's very inconvenient. What do we do with Spanish-speaking foundational black Americans who can trace their heritage back to the chattel slavery system here in the United States? What do we do with them? Huh? What do we do with black people in the Dominican Republic whose names are Jamal Brown or Martha Green or Robert Johnson or Jimmy Smith or Hank Jenkins? What do we do with somebody in Samaná who speaks Spanish today, but whose great-great-grandmother might have been Mildred Jenkins or Sarah Brown from Savannah, Georgia? What if we have the same grandparents? How are we going to say, oh, you're Dominican, so you have nothing to do with Black America? That's lazy, and it's kind of cowardice. So let me give you the story. In 1824, free African Americans began migrating to the United States to Hispaniola under the Haitian president, John Pierre Boyer. Now, I want you to understand the Haitian Revolution that happened. Somebody typed 1804, and the Haitians said, man, F them white folk, y'all can come down here and hang out with us. And so at the time, Haiti controlled the whole island, including the land that is now called the Dominican Republic, because you all may not understand that, but there are two countries on the island called Hispaniola. Hispaniola is that island. And then on Haiti is one side, and then it's like a little false border, and then the Dominican Republic is on the other side, and the whole thing is called Hispaniola. Okay, now the Taino called it something else. I believe they call it golly. I know that they call Cuba. They called Puerto Rico Boricua, and they call Hispaniola, which is they call it the Isqueya. Okay, so either way, the country of Haiti controlled the whole island, including what they call the Dominican Republic. And these Black Americans weren't going to the Dominican Republic the way you think it is now. They were going to Hispaniola under Haitian rule. All right, these people had fought against the European oppressors and freed themselves. A Black-led republic inviting free Black people from the United States to settle, work, and build a future. And that mattered because these were free Black. These were free Black Americans living in the United States where slavery still existed. They were free on paper, but America still didn't respect them. They faced racism. They faced white violence. They weak citizenship rights, restrictions on movement. So when Haiti, the first Black republic in the Americas, offered paid passage, come on down here, we'll pay for your trip. And they would give them support after their arrival. They gave them land grants. And even they'll say, if you don't like it, we'll send you back. We'll pay for you to go back. That meant a lot. That's first class treatment. If we don't like it, we can go back. If nothing else, it's a vacation. And so guess what? Thousands of Black Americans responded, 6,000 specifically. 6,000 African Americans responded to the Haitian immigration effort in the 1820s. And one community that survived and preserved its identity was called Samaná. And they became known as the Los Americanos de Samaná, the Americans of Samaná. And the name alone should make people pause. Now, I have some video because that's what I do. I give you video because, again, I know y'all don't believe me. I'm just talking on the internet, you know, so I have to let you see for yourself. A picture is worth 1,000 words. and the video is it speaks for itself. So these are some videos that I scarfed up a couple. I want you to listen to this. Hit the number one of
Wilmore de Kelly. Soy nacida.
Her name is Martha Wilmore Kelly. Okay, that's her name. Martha Wilmore Kelly. Let's listen.
History they tried to hide. Wilmore de Kelly. Soy nacida aquí en Samaná. Y soy descendiente de los afroamericanos que vinieron en el 1824.
She said, I'm an African American, and then she said 24, 20, what is that, 24, is that 24? I don't know what she said. Some 1824, I believe that's what she said. You know, my Spanish is a little slow in learning and speaking, but let's keep listening.
My name is Martha Wilmore. My mother was Martha Johnson.
Martha Johnson. Her mama name was Martha Johnson.
And my father, he was Wilmore and Green. And I was born here in Santo Domingo, here in Samaná, in this place.
So whose name was Green? Hold on.
Wilmore and Green. And
hold on, got the Wilmore. I couldn't hear
Johnson. And my father, he was Wilmore and Green.
Wilmore Green.
I was born here in Santo Domingo, here in Samaná, in this place called Barrio Wilmore.
I'm just saying, what we gonna do with this? This is just the truth. I'm just saying, are y'all learning something? I know you're learning something. I know none of y'all knew none of this. It's inconvenient, right? It's somebody type inconvenient truth in the chat room.
I am of the fourth generation of the Afro-Americans that came in the 1824 to Samaná.
I am the fourth generation of African Americans that came in 1824. She knows her lineage. She knows her bloodline. Are we just going to ignore this? You going to do like the white people do? Is that what we're going to do? Keep listening.
They came from different parts of the United States, but they all left out from Philadelphia in different groups. Some landed in the capital. A group landed in Port-au-Prince. And
some landed in the capital. When they say the capital, it means Santo Domingo. Some landed in Puerto Plata. All you fellas hanging out in Puerto Plata, I know what you're doing down there. Those are Black Americans. Some of those women are FBA women down there. I know that you can't tell, but that's what she said. They landed in Puerto Plata. Okay? Go on.
More than one group came to Samaná.
More than one group came to Samaná. Let's listen to another video. Y'all might not believe her. Here's another one.
There have been many groups of people that have lived here in Samaná, such as the Taino Indians, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, but the group that may have had the biggest...
Somebody type flee. They fled now. They flee. Remember we said Black Americans don't flee, we fight? I guess we was wrong. Damn, they fled. Somebody type flee in the chat room. Somebody, come on, don't run from it. Somebody type flee in the chat room. We was fleeing. They fled to Trinidad. They fled to Canada. They fled to Sierra Leone. They fled to Jamaica. They fled, a bunch of them fled to the Bahamas. And now you see they fled to the Dominican Republic. Damn.
Biggest influence are the freed slaves that came from Philadelphia in 1824.
I am Martha Wilmore Johnson. I am descendant of the Afro-Americans that came down to this island in 1824. They all left from Philadelphia. And they came because...
Philly. Shout out to Philly. Son, Philly's in the house. Yo, where them Jones at? Hey, boys. Hey, these your people. Look at them Jones down there. Y'all fled from Philly. Philly, these your people down here. Come on, Philly, stand up. I need Philly to stand. Everybody from Philadelphia, if you pass through Philadelphia, I need you to stand up. This is your people down here.
They were invited to this island. When the Haitians governed the whole island, they made the invitation. They sent to the United States and made contact with the president in 1823. When they made the invitation to them, they said that they would have gave them here, they would have gave them land. But their contribution from the United States was to give them of their culture and civilization.
The lives of free blacks living in Philadelphia during the 1820s were in constant jeopardy. On one hand, they faced the threat of being kidnapped.
Okay, so when she say kidnap, pay attention.
And so back into slavery.
All right, that was the Fugitive Slave Act. They were literally capturing free black people or black people who didn't have their papers, and they would take them back down south. They would end up in Georgia somewhere. They'd end up in Mississippi. You understand what I'm saying? So there's a movie that came out called The 12 Years a Slave. Have you all seen 12 Years a Slave? That's a free black man who's been free his whole life. The Fugitive Slave Act, basically they had the federal government who authorized bounty hunters and other marshals to go get black people, and nobody you could get arrested or whatever. So you had a choice. You could stay here in the United States, but the northern states were no longer free from being captured and put back in slavery. Just because slavery was illegal in the state didn't mean they couldn't take you back down south. And as soon as you got past that line, that Mason-Dixon, that's your ass. Okay, you're gonna be picking cotton. You're gonna be chopping cane. Okay, if you free or not. I don't care how much education you have, boy. Get out there, boy. Kapow! Get your nigga, everybody, goddamn. That's what you're gonna get. Okay, you're gonna get 70 lashes. Okay. So these people from Philly said, shit, we gonna get up out of here, man. Philly used to be a haven. You could be safe in Philly. It was sophisticated. They had to get their ass out of Philly. Somebody type flee in the chat room. Let's keep listening.
On the other, the American Colonization Society was organizing to send all the freed slaves back to Africa. In fact, in their annual report dating back to 1824.
American Colonization Society. I want y'all to remember that. ACS. White folks said, you know what? We got to get rid of all these niggers. We got to get rid of them. They're just where are not. We're going to get rid of them. They're a problem. Where are we going to send them? Well, Haiti said they'll take some, and then the rest of them, they was going to send us to Africa. We're going to talk about that. Don't run away. It's in some of us. Let's listen.
They estimated that all 200,000 free blacks could be sent back to Africa within the...
Free blacks. In other words, the free black, they could get you up out of here. Okay? They were saying we estimate. Listen, they had the number. The boats was ready. They was getting their boats warmed up and everything, man. They was going to get rid of us.
200,000 free blacks could be sent back to Africa within the next 50 years.
Damn.
In 1816, when the American Colonization Society organized and proposed to send all freed blacks back to Liberia while keeping enslaved blacks here in the States, Richard Allen.
They're going to keep the property here, but if you free, you serve no purpose. We're gonna get you out of here.
Along with Absalom Jones and James Fortin and others, gathered here at Mother Bethel with about 3,000 people in really the first full-scale organized protest in the way in which we understand protest today.
That's the church that they departed from, okay? So when y'all say, oh, that was a long time ago, the church that they posseed up at to take that trip down to the Dominican Republic is still right there, okay? So don't be talking about this a long time ago. That's you can go sit in the seat where they made their decision to leave. All right. So this is not a long time ago. Shout out to all my people from Philly, the free African Americans who immigrated to Samaná region of Dominican Republic.
You know, kind of like the civil rights movement style. And so it was here at Mother Bethel that they organized to say on record that they were against the Colonization Society. As a free black person in America, up until the end of the Civil War, you know, your position was always precarious. And so it just didn't matter. I mean, so you could be an established person in the community like Richard Allen. I mean, Richard Allen was the most well-known black person of his era. I mean, he was like Martin Luther King of his time, Frederick Douglass of his time, Barack Obama of our time. And
what happened to him?
So if a person like Richard Allen could almost be taken away and, you know, taken back into slavery, that literally said to, you know, everyday black people that
nobody was safe. They about to take Martin Luther King back into slavery. Can you imagine that? If they go and try to go get Al Sharpton and put him in slavery. Can you imagine that? Think about that. That's how the Fugitive Slave Act worked.
That you're really never safe, and that there's nowhere that you can really go that, you know, that you really are certain that your rights will be protected.
These were posted in the African neighborhoods. So
I mean, think about it. You couldn't go out at night. You couldn't. This is the fugitive slave. You had white boys roaming around Philadelphia looking for people to kidnap. You see, looking for black people to kidnap, looking for black people to snatch up and send down to South Carolina and Georgia, et cetera, et cetera. Your children weren't safe. They couldn't go to school. Your women weren't safe. You weren't safe. Everybody could get it. This is what they would do. It was big money. This was the ice of that day. Anybody could get snatched up. It was a bounty on our head.
Warn people that there were hunters who were coming to try to take you back to slavery. As you can see, it says they went as far as Massachusetts to take people, some that had been slaves and felt they had escaped to freedom, some who had never been slaves, but if you didn't have, some people carried certain papers on them, but if you didn't have the correct documentation, you could be taken back into slavery.
It was these constant threats that compelled the free
Shout out to Passport King.
blacks to immigrate to Haiti, a place where they hoped they would find true freedom.
They had a
Now keep in mind, Haiti, the whole island was Haiti at the time. Okay, that's what you need to understand. But if we call it the island of Hispaniola, so keep that in mind. Let's keep listening.
Series of meetings with some of the emissaries from Haiti who came on Boyer's behalf to talk about the opportunities that were there. One of the main concerns for Richard Allen, obviously, was that there would be religious freedom and religious liberty, so that they would not get there and then find that the effort to, expand the AME church would be hindered. And so it was more than just economics and more than just about land, but it was also about this notion that the AME church would be able to grow in Haiti. So while on the one hand it looks like colonization because blacks are leaving America, going to work in another country, it was different in that this was actually done by blacks, for blacks, and I think that's what really appealed to Richard Allen.
So what this means is not only are there black people who are in the Dominican Republic side who are descended from FBA, that means there's also foundational black American lineage amongst the Haitians of today. All them Haitians that are we gonna deny? I'm just asking questions, y'all. I'm just asking. So we got Jamaica, the Bahamas, Trinidad, damn it, we got Sierra Leone, we got Canada. What is we gonna do, FBA people? Let's talk to me. I need to know.
Si no hubiera sido por el maltrato que se le hubiera dado a los negros y nosotros no estuviéramos aquí en Santo Domingo, nosotros estuviéramos allá.
Over 6,000, 6,600 and more, the quantity, the people that came.
There it is. So, you all can do some research on your own about that, but this is historical fact. Did y'all learn this in your Black History class? Did they teach you any of this in your Black History class? I'm just asking, okay? But again, as I said before, they're in the Dominican Republic, but they're remembered as the Americans because their origin was African American. They brought English, they brought Protestant Christianity, they brought the Methodist and African Methodist Episcopal traditions. They have American surnames, they have a family memory, okay? They have church, they have culture, they have foodways into a Spanish-speaking Caribbean country. So yes, today, many of their descendants are Dominican. They speak Spanish. They're part of Dominican history and Dominican culture. Shout out to Mark the Freelance. But their origin story runs through free Black America. And that doesn't mean those people who were free at the time weren't slaves at some time. You understand? So I want you to be mindful of that. And see, that's the part people don't want to wrestle with. It's convenient to say all these foreigners are tethers. Somebody type tether in the chat room. All these black foreigners are tethers, okay? They're not FBA. But what do you do with Samaná? What do you do with Black Dominicans whose ancestors left the United States in the 1820s? What do you do with Spanish-speaking Black people whose families preserved the English-speaking traditions for generations? I mean, they have photographs of their relatives. You see, that's when the slogan stops. Don't work no more. If FBA means bloodline, somebody type bloodline. okay, then some, you know, what do we do with these people? Huh? Clearly their bloodline is FBA. Clearly they can trace their roots back to the American slave system. It's not that hard, right? I mean, their families have direct ties to enslaved people and free people in the United States, just like many of you all. So we have to ask ourselves, is FBA bloodline plus continued formation inside the United States? See, then that analysis changes. Samaná descendants didn't stay here through Reconstruction and Jim Crow and segregation and redlining. Their modern identity became Dominican. Their daily language became Spanish. Their political life developed in the Dominican Republic. But that still doesn't erase their FBA lineage. It complicates this claim. So when you meet a Black Dominican with an English surname, a Protestant church tradition, and a family story going back to African Americans who migrated in 1824, don't be so quick to throw them in that same category that we do with these Black immigrants with different kind of names. Because some of them at their core have FBA lineage, but some absolutely may be Black American descendant diaspora. And if we're going to keep the same lineage, if lineage matters, then we have to be honest when lineage shows up in places that doesn't neatly fit within our argument. Now, family, we've been here for a minute and we're about to hit it hard and get on up out of here. I want you to hold tight, but I need you all to make sure if you have not subscribed to the channel, to subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and do that now. That's very important for me, because at this particular point, this is, you know, I know you ain't got your check yet. That's fine. But subscribing is free. So everybody who's watching this broadcast on the rebroadcast, I want you to take the opportunity right now and get your little thumb, and I want you to push subscribe and push the bell notification. Okay? Doesn't take much to do that. Okay? This is not rocket science. We know what we trying to do over here. We trying to get me. Okay? Somebody type me in the chat room. We trying to get me 100,000 subscribers, and we shout. Somebody type shout. We coming up shout. So I need more people to hit that subscribe button right now. I need you to go ahead and do it. Don't hate watch. Don't hate watch, Uncle D. Why would you do that? Why would you disrespect the channel like that? Nobody else is getting you this mad and upset and messing with your mind like this. Is something you're going to think about tomorrow. You're going to be like, damn, I know. That's why I do that. I spend a lot of time trying to figure out what can I make them say, damn, I want you to figure out something about me. If they go right, I'm going to go left. Whichever way the crowd is going, I'm going to go the opposite way, because I'm not going to follow the herd. All right? Everybody is trying to make you feel good about FBA, and we got this thing figured out. And now all of a sudden, damn, no, we don't. No, we don't. Somebody type, no, we don't. We thought we had it. And then Uncle D started talking about these Jamaicans and Trinidad. He said all the damn Bahamians is FBA. Damn, how we going to exclude all of them? I don't even understand what they're saying. Shoot. I done messed it up for you. I know I done threw some salt in the game. That's what I do. That's what I do. And I enjoy it. Now, somebody type back to Africa. Let's type back to Africa again. Somebody type back to Africa again. We're going back to Africa part 2. Okay? So I'm going to tell you who you really are. I'm going to explain to you all why these Africans don't like your Black behind right now. All the foundation of Black Americans die hard. I'm going to make y'all mad. This is why they salty with you. Okay? This is why they call you a Katas. Okay? We love to talk about going back to Africa. Like it's just simple. Okay? But here's the thing. Black Americans actually went back to Africa. Okay, we went back to Africa in the Sierra Leone, then we went back again. Okay, for the second time. Okay, it didn't go well either. See, by the 1800s, Black Americans had already developed real culture in America. We had our own food, we had our own language patterns, our own way of dancing, we had our churches, we had our own worship, our own way of burying our dead. Our own way of teaching our children, our own way of dressing, organizing, surviving, and thinking. We were enslaved Americans, but we were Americans nonetheless. And that means when some of our people went back to another place in Africa called Liberia, okay? Liberia, okay, that's not to be confused with a place where you go and check books out, okay? That's not what I'm saying. Liberia is different from the library. I know what I said. I know, but I know my people. Library is not actually the word. It's called library. But I know my people. Somebody type library in the chat room. Liberia and library are two different things. And so is library and Liberia. Okay? Liberia is a country in Africa. Okay? And again, at that time, and we're talking about around about 1820. Okay, so we still around that time. We trying to get the hell out of here because we got this Fugitive Slave Act. All right, it's an ugly story. It's real ugly. Remember we talked about this American Colonization Society? A bunch of white boys got together and said, we got to get rid of all these free Negroes. They're causing trouble. Right, we got to get them out of here. All right, well, the ACS was founded in 1816, right after that War of 1812. We never talk about the War of 1812, but they like, man, we got to get these guys. They keep siding with the British. We got to get them out of here. The War of 1812 had just ended in 1814, December 1814. It's a new year. We got to get rid of these free Negroes. And so they formed this American Colonization Society. And the purpose was to get free black people up out of the United States and send their black behinds back to Africa. Somebody type back to Africa. Now, some of the people supported the colonization because they thought black people would never be treated fairly in America. So the brothers and sisters was like, let's get out of here. Tired of dealing with this. But you see, here's the thing. A lot of white people supported colonization because they want to free black people gone. They don't like you. Okay? And they have not liked you since we stopped working for free. And if you're a black person that's not working for free, they really don't like you. Even if you are working for free, they don't like you. But free black people were a threat to slavery. They were proof that black people could live free, work, organize, own property. They could speak, they could write, they could challenge the system. Okay, so we were homegrown troublemakers. So for many white folk, Liberia was not just about helping black people. It was about getting rid of the problem. We got to get these darkies out of here. That's what they were thinking. So this free American Colonial Colonization Society, they had a ship. It left New York in 1820, and the colony that became Liberia began developing in the early 1820s, and Liberia declared independence on July 26, 1847. So 17 years. They declared independence after that. All right? So now here's what people don't want to say out loud. What do you think happened when these black folk went to West Africa? You think they simply blended in with the Africans who were already there? Because remember what I told you, what was going on in Africa. Africa didn't have all these so-called states. It was more like territories and turfs of different kingdoms and tribes. Okay? Nevertheless, our black American people, they went to Africa and they became black colonizers. Somebody type black colonizers in the chat room. They came with American ideas. They spoke English. This is the second time they practiced Christianity. All right, all that voodoo hoodoo, none of that African spirituality, none of that. They built American-style churches. They built American-style houses. They created American-style governments. They wore American clothes. They believed in Western education. They looked at the indigenous Africans as civilized versus uncivilized. That's the lens that basically they looked at them like they were savages. And that folks, right? They looked at them the same way the white Americans looked at us. These are black Americans. These are FBA brothers. It's hard to hear. This is hard. Oh my God. That's hard to swallow, huh? We abused them. You understand? America abused us, but America also shaped us. And when we got power, many of us used that power over those Africans. The settlers and the descendants became known as the Americo-Liberians. They were a very small minority, but they ruled from 1847 to 1980. They dominated Liberia's politics, economy, land, trade, and social order. We're talking 133 years we ruled these people. We were the descent, we were the elite. Indigenous Africans made up the overwhelming majority of the population, but for generations, they were pushed to the bottom of the social political structure, and the Liberians controlled the state, they controlled the ports, they controlled the access to education. These are our people. These are foundational Black American people. They control the trade, they control the government jobs, and they control the relationship to the United States. And we treated the indigenous Africans badly, to say the least. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. The historical record says the Liberians viewed the indigenous Africans as inferior, as uncivilized, and they didn't even consider them full citizens in a land that they had occupied for thousands of years. They created a caste system. I'm talking about the Black Americans, the foundational Black Americans who left here in 1820 and went back to Africa to escape the oppressive white man, took their Black behinds over to Africa and oppressed and dehumanized the Africans that were there. They created a caste system. If you marry this person, you're all right. If you marry that person, nah, you lower class. We didn't give him any meaningful power. This is 133 years, generations. They were restricted from full participation in the state. They were treated like labor, like subjects, like people who had to be civilized before they could be equal. They said that the Liberians treated indigenous people much like white Americans had treated us, like savages, unwanted citizens, and not deserving a vote. So sit with that. Okay? I want you to sit with that. You understand me? You sit with that. I'm gonna let you look at these videos so we can go ahead and finish this lesson. Are you listening? Huh? Are we listening? You can be mad all you want. It's not my fault you didn't learn this in history class. Let's go ahead and take a gander at what's going on. Y'all hit the #1 button.
Black American History, February 6th, 1820. A group of 86 freed African Americans set sail for West Africa. Their destination? A new colony, Liberia. Organized by the American Colonization Society, these men, women, and children boarded the Elizabeth from New York, seeking a future free from oppression in the United States. But their journey was harsh. Many fell ill upon arrival at Sherbro Island, off Sierra Leone, where disease took a heavy toll. Still, survivors pressed on. By 1822, they secured land on the Grain Coast, founding what would be. On this day in Black American history, February 6th, 1820, a group of 86 freed African Americans set sail for West Africa. Their destination? A new colony, Liberia. Organized by the American Colonization Society, these men, women, and children boarded the Elizabeth from New York, seeking a future free from oppression in the United States. But their journey was harsh. Many fell ill upon arrival at Sherbro Island, off Sierra Leone, where disease took a heavy toll. Still, survivors pressed on.
Y'all, do you understand? So this is known history. Just because you didn't learn it doesn't mean it's not known, okay?
By 1822, they secured land on the Grain Coast, founding what would become Monrovia, named after U.S. President James Monroe. Liberia was born, a beacon of Black self-governance and resilience. Though challenges remain, conflict with indigenous groups and American influence. The settlers laid the foundation for Africa's first republic, officially declared in 1847. From struggle to sovereignty.
Now I'm playing the cartoon because, I know this gets people's attention.
Their legacy endures. This is Black history. This is American history.
Now let's go ahead and get the real story from some people on the ground. Y'all let me know if you can hear that. That's the warm-up act. Let's keep it pushing.
I was the president of the US, Donald Trump. Why was he asking the president of Liberia who taught him how to speak English that he speaks so well. Did he do history at all in school? After all, even if he didn't do history in school, as a president of the United States, so many things that you will have known. Why are you asking that question?
So really, she's saying, why would you wonder why we speak English? This is Liberia. We were a colony or a state formed by African Americans who spoke English from the inception. And this is well-known history. Everybody over there knows this. Let's keep listening.
Just doing that in America. Yeah.
Hold on, let me pull this out. Next up.
Over 1,000 former slaves once sailed across the Atlantic to found a new nation in Africa. In 1792, 1,200 black loyalists left Halifax, Nova Scotia, bound for Sierra Leone.
All right, that's the one about Sierra Leone. Let me move on to the ones about, let me see if I can pull this up, Liberia.
For Liberia, I actually had this conversation with somebody a few days ago. They're American, and they were asking just about Liberia and things like that in Liberian history. And I told them, I told them that Liberia has many tribes, and they were like, well, what was Liberia called before settling and things like that? And I was like, you know what? I don't know. I think it was just the tribes had their boundaries, and that was it. The tribes knew where they were, and that was it. And I think the same way. Like, I'm Liberian because that's what.
So what he's explaining to you is that what we know today as Africa and the 54 countries of Africa didn't exist. They were just territorial, kind of like how the Native Americans have it set up. Let's keep listening to the gentleman.
What the boundary set on the map. But I think that's how a lot of Africans feel. They, like, when white people went over, they didn't care about destroying or dividing tribes. They just drew lines based on what they thought was.
They did that on purpose. They prefer to destroy and divide tribes as opposed to
which is why I always say I respect Nigerians so much, because y'all have been able, like, most of the Nigerians I know are between Yoruba and Igbo. I think most are actually Igbo. And y'all have been able to, those tribes have been able to really stick together regardless of what, colonization did and to separate. So I have a high.
Sad facts about Black American history. Do y'all know we was colonizers too? And we also enslaved people too?
Yep.
This is the history they never tell us. But yeah, I just read that we colonized a part of Africa. They bought us, the white people took us back to Africa. A lot of people be saying, go back to Africa, go back to Africa. One time in history, they did send us back. Because they didn't want us to start ruckus here, because of the slave revolts and, things like that. And some of the free men, they didn't want everybody to team together. So they sent us back. But they just sent us back to the parts we, were all familiar with. And at that time, a lot of us weren't familiar with these parts of Africa because we had never been there. So they sent us to a part that's known as Liberia today. And when they sent us there, we colonized the place that was not formerly known as Liberia, alongside the white people. But even after the white,
who's mad? Who's angry with this broadcast? I need to know who's denying that any of this is who thinks this all is a lie that's made up and is over at their house with their ears covered up right now, screaming at the channel. Who's that? I want to know all those people. If you're angry, put the number one. I want to know. I want to hear all your pain right now. That's what the uncomfortable, inconvenient truth is supposed to do. Okay, that's what it's supposed to. I take pleasure in it. Let's keep listening.
People left. We treated the natives there bad. We were the leaders of that country. Not only did a lot of us treat the natives of that country bad, we turned them into slaves.
Yes. We actually enslaved the Africans in Africa when we went back there as the colonizer. Somebody type black colonizer. Somebody type FBA colonizers in the chat room.
You heard that right. Look it up. Americo Liberia. I'm going to put it here because I might pronounce it wrong. But yeah, we turned them into slaves. And to make matters worse, a lot of us was racist to them. We looked it down on them. We thought because we speak another language, we from America, y'all not civilized.
We got American clothes. We have church. We worship God. We love Jesus. We have education, and we have the United States backing us.
Now, Liberia is still this country today, and they still got American descendants over there. And it's not like
foundational Black American descendants over there who were running from slavery, who fled America because we didn't want to get caught up with that Fugitive Slave Act, and we got the hell out of there. We went to Haiti. We went to Liberia. Are you listening? Are you listening? Keep going.
how it used to be. You can't tell who's who no more. I'm sure all that stuff went down, but at one time it was pretty bad at the start of that country. And this just goes to show me nobody is good. Some of us like to vilify white people because their history with us, but we got to read about our own history. Everybody enslaved somebody. It seems like anytime somebody get a chance, they're gonna slave somebody else too.
Nobody's hands are clean. Anytime you present a group of people with the opportunity to oppress other people, they seem to take it. Now, unfortunately, foundational Black Americans, we've been trained to see ourselves as victims, and we see victims as the automatic good guy. But when presented with the opportunity to be the bad guy, we've done so. Okay? So let's not, we like to look at the pretty, but we got to look at the ugly. I commend this young man for reading that. And let's continue. Let's listen to some more people telling us about what our ancestors did when we got some power. I want to make sure y'all are here. Okay, let's keep listening.
Know that there is an African country that was created with significant United States involvement. That country is Liberia. Liberia was founded in the early 19th century by the American Colonization Society, ACS, with the belief that Black individuals would find better opportunities for freedom and prosperity in Africa compared to the United States. The ACS was founded in 1816. Their goal was to relocate free Blacks to Africa. It was driven by the belief that Black people could not integrate into American society.
They were trying to get rid of our Black behinds. They didn't want any free Blacks over here because it was giving the enslaved Blacks ideas. So they wanted to get us out of here. You understand? So when we talk about our ancestors were offered to go back to Africa, but we didn't want to, some of them did. And this is what they did when they were over there. Let's listen.
It was also partially because slave owners and politicians feared uprisings and rebellions of enslaved people. They believed these uprisings would be motivated by a desire to achieve the freedoms experienced by formerly enslaved peoples, specifically freedom from violence and reunions with separated families. They viewed repatriation as a way to avoid slave rebellions. By 1867, the ACS and state-related chapters had assisted the migration of more than 13,000 Black people from the United States and the Caribbean to Liberia. Between 1822 and the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, more than 15,000 freed and free-born Black Americans, along with 3,198 Afro-Caribbeans, relocated to Liberia. These free...
You hear, you Afro-Caribbeans? You hear me? So y'all was over there too oppressing these Africans. Big up to the motherland. Right? All that. Back to Africa. You went back. You went back to Africa. You and Bob Marley and your Bob Marley CDs, and you went over there as Black colonizers. It literally took a revolution of the indigenous Black people in Africa and what we know the liberty to get us up out of power after being in charge for 133 years. Let's keep listening. Somebody type inconvenient truth in the chat room.
Blacks and their descendants married within the community and came to identify as Americo-Liberians. The settlers carried their culture and tradition with them while colonizing the indigenous population. Liberia is the first African republic to declare its independence. The United Kingdom was the first country to recognize Liberia's independence. The United States did not recognize Liberia's independence until 1862, after the southern states, which had strong political power in the American government, declared their secession and the formation of the Confederacy. Along with Ethiopia, Liberia was one of the two African countries to maintain its sovereignty and independence during the European colonial.
So basically what she's saying was the southern states, you have to take a vote to recognize the states, a country's independence. They weren't going to do it until they seceded to the southern states and their congressmen got out of there, because they were never going to want to recognize a sovereign African state, especially one colonized by their former enslaved. Why would they ever do that? That goes against everything that they believe. And so it was a lot of, but after they seceded, they left Congress, the abolitionists in the free North supporting congressmen were there. So that's when they recognized Liberia as its own state in 1862.
Scrambled for Africa. The scramble for Africa was the invasion, conquest, and colonization of most of Africa by 7 Western European powers.
Yeah, but see, baby, we got to talk about what the foundational Black Americans did and the Caribbean homeboys did after getting sent back to Africa. We can't say we can't. I don't believe in. I don't believe in pussyfooting around.
Did you know Liberia,
okay,
a country in Africa, was founded by freed slaves from the United States of America, so-called blacks? Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
Yes, yes. The American Colonization Society was formed in 1817, and this colonization society in the Americas was designed to send free African Americans to Africa as an alternative to emancipation in the United States. In 1822, the society established on the west coast of Africa a colony in 1847 that became the independent nation of Liberia. Now, this American Colonization Society says that they wanted to return so-called African.
They wanted to get our black ass up out of here. That's what they were tired of looking at us like they are now. They had black fatigue. Somebody type black fatigue in the chat room. The War of 1812 had just ended. They wanted to get all the free blacks out of there. They had to fight. They got the White House burned down. They got disrespected. They got the Congress, the houses burnt down. You understand what I'm saying? This is what was going on in America. This was black fatigue. All right? Keep listening.
Americans to Africa and the Caribbean. Maybe to the Caribbean, but you can't return us to Africa because we didn't come from over there. We come from over here. So you got to dodge the hijack when you're researching this material, y'all.
So I just want to point out the fact that a lot of people have a problem with this because you've been led to believe by a lot of internet gurus and teachers that the same black American people that we looking at today, black as hell, okay, are not of African descent. I understand that you all think that we are pretendians. And I get this does not fit neatly within that theory. But the truth is, family, and I love you, the truth is you still want to deny your Africanness. You want to deny your blackness because there's a lot of black people who don't like the idea of being black. So you rather be white. I'm half white, half Asian. I'm half Indian. That's what you want to do because you don't, unfortunately, there's a lot of self-hate. Now, I love you, and I don't use that word a lot, but let's talk about it. You see, back in the day when I was young, I had black people who were clearly ancestors had been taken advantage of by white people. They swore up and down that they were Native American, but the truth is they were just mixed with European descent because unfortunately our people were subjected to the control of white people for hundreds of years. And that means everything was under control. Anything they wanted to do to you, and our women fell victim to that. Okay. And so a lot of women ended up pregnant by white folk, white men, cousins of the master, everybody. So you give birth to a lot of children who what we call today biracial, triracial, intermixture, whatever. And so a lot of the phenotype that we have is not because of Native Americans, because the Native Americans were just as racist and prejudiced as the white folk. Matter of fact, if you look at the some of the early interactions at Jamestown, where they had black folks off, the Native Americans would capture you, they would beat you down, they would unalive you, and I'm talking about black and white. They put everybody in slavery. Okay. The other thing is they got something called the 5 civilized tribes, but that wasn't limited. Some of the worst slave holders in America were the Cherokees. And you can say whatever you want. The Choctaw was right behind them. It was written into their constitution that we were substandard. We were not allowed to marry within the tribe. If you did so, you were punished. The Nazis came to the United States of America and they studied the Indian slave codes. And they studied the white Jim Crow slave codes, and they took that back and they came up with the Nuremberg rules, which is how they were able to divide. They said, this is what they studied. Okay, I know you don't like this, but the bottom line is, family, this is what we did. And a lot of black people don't want to deal with. So you got this brother right here saying, oh, no, none of this is true. It's well documented. It's well, they can't run from it, baby. We don't run from things over here. We hit it head on. I don't care what anybody else said on the internet. If you believe them, you're just stupid. You believe in people who don't show you accurate documents. That's not intelligent. You purposely being misled because you want to be. That's like a woman wanting to believe that, you know, her man who has 4 other baby mamas and is going to take care of her more so than he did them other kids. You just stupid at that point. And there's really nothing I can do with stupid. This conversation is not for stupid people. Stupid doesn't mean you unintelligent. Stupid means you refuse to learn. This is not that conversation. But see, the bottom line is when reality hits the real world and you really want to push this FBA argument, you're going to have real assholes. I'm being nice to you. But you're going to have real assholes who are lawyers in Congress. But you see how they shot that president of Ghana down? He brought his black ass over there to the UN. And they said, motherfucker, get your black ass up out of here. Get on up, get up out of here. So you participated in slavery. You still got slaves going on right now. You see how they disrespected that black man? That president of a country treated him like he was dog shit. That's what they did. Donald Trump said, I'm surprised you darks can even speak English when those African presidents came over there for a photo op. This is what this is how you want to be treated. So you better come up with your arguments and you better get out of fictitious land. Stop listening to these idiots on the internet. Do your own research. And I don't mean, oh, I listened to some, see, at least back in my day in Generation X, we didn't actually have video on YouTube. We actually had to read books. We had to go to libraries. We had to go to listen to speakers in person. I mean, we had to get up. We had to go outside. You understand what I'm saying? We had to go outside. We had to go listen to these great minds, these ones that you all are getting the clips from and you taking and run with. We actually have to go listen to John Henry Clark and Shaka Musa Barashango and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We had to listen to, we had to go there. We had to read their books. We had book. Sometimes us real conscious community, not these clowns that you have now. We would actually sit around and we had book readings and we would read and we would dissect. So these are things that we were aware of. Okay. We actually read. Okay. Read. They have a professor over at Thurgood Marshall School of Law. And his saying is, his name is Whedon, Professor Whedon. Anybody who's been attended Thurgood Marshall School of Law, Texas Southern will tell you, his saying is real lawyers read. And you would be surprised how many lawyers don't read. Nobody likes to read. Reading is arduous. But as long as you don't read, any fool on the internet can get on the internet and show you something and tell you something and it just be unsubstantiated. That's why I go a long way to give you not just my opinion. I give you all these other firsthand experiences, accounts, and I also give you written work that you can look up. And I give you citations and I explain what this thing is. And so that you can look at my description section and take what's said and look it up for yourself. Don't be an idiot. Don't be so easily misled. You may not like me, but clearly I've studied. Clearly, I'm not on the fact that I can sit on here and make this boring shit interesting enough for 500 to 1,000 people to listen to this shit on a Wednesday night when there's so much other stuff to do means I know what I'm talking about and I mastered these subjects, or at least the art of communicating. But I invite you all to read for yourself, okay? But since we're gonna go ahead and beat a dead horse, I'm gonna let y'all listen to some more videos. Let's get some more happy time. Y'all hit the #1 button. Let's keep it popping, baby. Yeah.
Ivory Coast and the British in settlers or Americo-Liberia plot to relocate African Americans, both freeborn and those freed from slavery. Several thousand made the voyage and lands were acquired from local chiefs, and thus a colony was formed, which came to be known as Liberia, meaning free place. The capital, Monrovia, was named after US President James Monroe, who had been a strong supporter of the ACS. These settlers, or
James Monroe, was a strong supporter of getting these N-words up out of here. That's what he was a strong supporter of.
Americo-Liberians had very little in common with the natives and did not integrate with them, but rather kept to themselves, and clashes and fighting flared up every now.
You hear what they said? They didn't integrate with the natives, and they referring to the Africans. They didn't integrate with them. They fought with them. Conflict.
Now and then. In 1847, Liberia declared independence and Joseph Jenkins Roberts was elected president. The United Kingdom was the first to recognize the new state, which was Africa's first republic. The Americo-Liberians
Africa's first republic, Liberia,
continued as a ruling elite minority, but their efforts at extending their territory were stymied by the French in the Ivory Coast and the...
Not only did they just want to have Liberia, they wanted to extend. We were colonizing. We were trying to take this show on the road. You understand what I'm saying? And they were only stymied by the French and the British. You dig that?
British in Sierra Leone, and the young country's economy began to falter. In 1926, under Charles D.B. King, Liberia negotiated a deal with the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, and rubber plantations popped up, and exports were shipped out, and money washed in. In 1930,
so we getting paid. We working with the white folk.
President King was
they spoke English. They were descended from the American slave trade. They had American customs, American church, American religion. These was the perfect niggas to work with as far as Western countries were concerned, especially America. You hear me?
Told to resign after a League of Nations commission discovered Liberia was engaged in slavery and forced labor. During World War II, Liberia's
Did y'all hear that part? I'm sorry. Did you hear that? Somebody type what? What's the key word in here? Huh? What kind of labor?
Young country's economy began to falter. In 1926, under Charles D.B. King, Liberia negotiated a deal with the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company.
Somebody type, Liberia negotiated a deal with the Firestone Rubber Company.
And rubber plantations popped up, and exports were shipped out, and money washed in.
And rubber plantations popped up in this foundational Black American-run country, republic in Liberia. And then what happened?
1930, President King was compelled to resign after a League of Nations commission discovered Liberia was engaged in slavery and...
I'm sorry. Did I hear what I just heard? Who had to retire? Did y'all hear that? Somebody say that again for me. Let's listen carefully.
Under Charles D.B. King.
Charles D.B. King. That's a very city. I mean, is he related to Martin Luther King?
In the Ivory Coast, and the British in Sierra Leone, and the young country's economy began to falter. In 1926, under Charles D.B.
King,
Liberia negotiated a deal with the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, and rubber plantations popped up, and exports.
So they had rubber plantations. What else did they have? What else did they have? See, with the trees, you got to go in there and get the sap out of the trees. Okay. So they made a deal with Firestone. You got rubber trees over there. Get some plantations together. We'll get the plantation. We know how to do plantation. We came from the plantation. What you talk about? So the President King like, man, we got this. Ain't no problem, baby. We're gonna put these. We got you. Just check back in a few weeks.
Were shipped out and money washed in. In 1930, President King was compelled to resign after a League of Nations commission discovered Liberia was engaged in slavery and forced labor.
So the president, they made the Black FBA president resign because he had come up with a whole bunch of plantations, rubber plantations, And he had the indigenous black Africans out there working on the plantations in slavery. He had to resign because he was running a slave state. This is why they don't like y'all. This is why them black Africans don't like you foundational black Americans. This is why they don't like us right there. You took your black asses over there. First you went to Sierra Leone, was talking shit, talking bad about them people. And now you done went back over there and started some goddamn plantations, damn rubber plantations. You got these Africans out here working hard. You don't let them vote, nothing. And you got them out there on the plantation. And you getting all the money. That's why they don't like y'all. That's why they don't like you now. I see now. Damn it. We gonna have, damn.
In World War II, Liberia's rubber proved highly beneficial to the Allies, and the United States built up Liberian infrastructure, and the country prospered under the long regime of William Tubman. Now, since the Republic's foundation, the country had been ruled by members of the colonizing Americo-Liberian...
Colonizing black people. Found that, this is what you did. This, black people sit down and, FBA, sit down and take your talking to. This is what you did when you took your black behind back to Africa the second time. You went over there and colonized. You act just like the white man. That's what you did. You act just like the white man. You just like white zaddy. That's what you did. That's what you did. Don't run from it now. Don't you run away now. Don't you? No, you bet not. You bet not. You learned about Harriet Tubman and Booker T. Washington and black history. This what your black ass should have been learning about. This what you've been doing. Over there colonizing like the white man, enslaved. And I know you was banging some of them broads too. I know what you do. I know what you do.
Congo class, and the indigenous inhabitants of the land were growing more and more frustrated. In 1980, Master Sergeant Samuel Doe led a military coup and seized power, and the president and his cabinet were shot dead. Doe...
Ooh, them boy, you see what y'all didn't hear that part. Y'all didn't hear that part. You said they got tired of your black asses over there. You went over there, you colonized them. 133 years went by. You know, they said, forget that. Forget, we're going to kill them all. This body don't like the black butts over there now. You better not go to, none of you you better not take a cruise ship to goddamn Liberia. You better not go. Black American. Okay, Black American. We have you. We have a name for you. They put bullets in them. That's how they ended the reign of the black American colonizer. Listen to it again. Pay attention.
Ruled by members of the colonizing Americo-Liberian or Congo class, and the indigenous inhabitants of the land were growing more and more frustrated. In 1980, Master Sergeant Samuel Doe led a military coup and seized power, and the president and his cabinet were shot dead. Doe became
shot dead. 1980. Some of y'all was alive back then. You didn't even know what was going on. They killed them off. They killed off the foundation of black American black colonizers who came over there and started the rubber plantations and put them in slavery and was working with Firestone. Y'all better go outside and kick all your Firestone tires. You better go get this. This is you. You're colonizers. That's what you did. That's what you did. These are your FBA. That's your lineage. That's our lineage. The FBA. That's what we did.
President, but in 1989, his reign was challenged by a former government minister, Charles Taylor, who led a rebel army against him in the First Liberian Civil War. The conflict ruined the nation. 200,000 people were killed. The economy was decimated and living standards plummeted. Taylor became president, but was himself toppled by rebels in the Second Liberian Civil War. In 2005, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf became the first woman elected to lead an African state and made peace and reconciliation.
Black woman took over. Go ahead.
Reconciliation a top priority, winning the 2011 Nobel Peace Prize for her wonderful efforts. In 2017, the football legend George Weah was elected president, vowing to tackle the corruption that has long poisoned Liberian politics. Liberia today faces manifold obstacles to betterment, but it has done admirably recovering from its horrific years of strife and upheaval. And here's hoping that this good land, rich in resources, sees happier times ahead. But as for me, it's by fate to relocate.
Okay, well. As they say, the truth hurts. The truth just hurts your whole image. And here we are. We thought we were freedom fighters around the world. Come to find out, we could be as bad as the white man. Did y'all sit with that? Let's recap what we just saw. So you got black people who have been rejected by America, oppressed by America, crossed the ocean, built a society where they turned around and rejected the Africans who were indigenous to that land, already living there. That doesn't, I mean, you know, what does that mean? Maybe they had good intentions before they got there, right? I'm not saying they planned to do evil when they got there, right? That's not what I'm saying. I mean, you know, they didn't plan on being colonizers and settlers when they got there, but I guess it just kind of happened. You know, I guess the old saying goes, absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's what it seems like. But this is what you did. So what does that tell you about us? I mean, number one, it thinks that, you know, it lets you know that you've been lied to. People haven't told you the complete truth. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like you all, if this is all a surprise to you, people hadn't been honest with you. Now, I know some of you all might be angry with me. Go look for yourself. Go look for yourself. Some of these people, maybe they were just trying to survive. They were trying to build something new. Some really believed they were creating a black republic. But as a ruling class, they built a system where they were on top, and I'm talking about us. We were on top. Our FBA ancestors were on top, and the indigenous Africans were beneath us. And that's the part people skip when they try to romanticize what we did when we went back to Africa the second time. Okay? The Americo-Liberian elite expanded territory. Sometimes they purchased it, sometimes they pressured, sometimes they just took it by force against the indigenous communities. There was rebellions, there was wars, there was indigenous groups like the Grebo and the Crew, and the United States Navy helped protect Liberia. So the white man helped us oppress these black folks, these Africans at different points. And the American influence helped the Americo-Liberian government maintain control. So we used the white man's weaponry and gun to oppress these Africans. Somebody type, go back to Africa in the chat room. See, this is not just about black people going home. This was settlers. This was colonization. This was a project. Okay? We created American institutions, American culture, and eventually American power helped keep it in place. And then you get to forced labor. You got slavery. What do you think forced labor is? That's free labor. That is slavery. Because we wasn't gonna take our black asses out there and pull rubber out the banana trees. But the white folk was paying us. They were giving us money because World War II was happening. They need raw supplies. You can't clean that up, family. You cannot clean this story up. You can't clean it up. By the 1920s, Liberia and its FBA governments, the they were forcing the indigenous Africans into labor and sending them out as contract laborers under conditions that looked like slavery. And the League of Nations investigated Liberia in 1930. It got so bad. And what became known as the Critique Commission. Let me put that in the chat room because I know you all are angry and I don't care. I don't care. Okay? You're going to learn the truth here. You are going to learn the truth. This is what we did. The Christie Commission in the 1930s. And that investigation looked into the claims that Liberian officials, our people, were involved in forced labor, including sending indigenous laborers to what is called Fernando Po, or now Bioko, a Spanish-controlled island. And the Liberian government denied slavery. Why would they admit it? And forced labor existed, but the investigation implicated a lot of high officials, including the Vice President, Alan Yancey, and the scandal forced the President, Charles D.B. King, to resign. It was so bad. Think about the irony of that. You got black people who are descended from chattel slavery in the United States implementing slavery. So let me say this plainly. A country founded by free black Americans, FBA, and formerly enslaved black people ended up being investigated for slavery and forced labor against indigenous Africans. That's not comfortable, is it? That's not. Where do you put that? Where do you put that? And see, if we're going to tell the truth, then we have to say the truth even when it makes our people look bad. Grow up. Grow up. This is horrible shit. This is no different than what's going on in some parts of our country. Us killing each other, shooting each other, unaliving our women, and our women unaliving our men, and our women having baby deletion. This is all bad. It's a bad look. You can't run from it. So you all have been brainwashed to believe that black suffering automatically makes us a righteous people. Poverty and suffering don't make you righteous. Being oppressed doesn't mean you can't oppress somebody else. You got a lot of abusers that turn out to be abusers themselves when they get power. Having slave ancestry doesn't mean you can't reproduce the same plantation logic that shaped you. Some of those same foundational black Americans that escaped slavery here in America, when they got the chance, they built a hierarchy for themselves just like the master class. And then came the fall. But for over a century, these people that they call the Americo-Liberian elite held power. They dominated Liberian politics from the 1800s all up into the 20th century. The indigenous Liberians were excluded from any real power. And they didn't like it, so the pressure kept building. The resentment, it was beef. The country had a black ruling class, but the majority of the black people in the country was still treated like outsiders on their own land that they had inhabited for thousands of years. And guess what happened on April 12, 1980? The whole order came crashing down when Samuel Doe, an indigenous Liberian from the Kron ethnic group, the man was a master sergeant. He was a military mind in the Liberian army. He led a coup and came and shot the president, William Tolbert, killed him. And shortly after, he shot 13 of the government officials that was with him, did it publicly. Lit them up and put everybody, this is what we doing to them. It's a wrap. And that coup ended 133 years of foundational black American, i.e. Americo-Liberian political domination. And you Caribbeans can't get off the hook too, because remember they said y'all was up there with a co-signing Kiki and the Kaga right there. We don't have to celebrate the violence to understand why the explosion happened, do we? When you got a small settler descended elite class of people who are running, who are ruling over the majority for 133 years. They keep power in their own hands. They treat the indigenous people as less than. They create a caste system. They benefit from American support. Eventually, the pressure's gonna blow. You can't hold people in hostage and bondage for so long. We should know that of all people, and then it blew up. So here's the point of the conversation. Some of them Americo-Liberians absolutely have foundational black American lineage. Where you think they learned how to institute that slavery and get them plantations from? To make that money. Some descended from free blacks, some descended from formerly enslaved people. Some descended from people whose roots passed through the American slave system. If FBA is a bloodline, some of them people have real ancestral claims here. Now, if FBA means bloodline plus continued formation inside the United States, then it gets complicated. The modern peoplehood developed in Liberia. They didn't remain in the United States through Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, etc. Their ancestry may point back to us, but their political identity and their historical formation developed somewhere else. But clearly they are culturally American because they did the same thing the Americans did. But see, here's the problem. Here's where it gets inconvenient. See, that Liberia thing, that has a very ugly layer. Y'all don't like this, do you? It's upsetting, huh? Now you can't play victim all the goddamn time. I don't give a damn. I don't give a hot damn. I don't care if you like me or not. I'm going to tell you, I've told people this before. I'd rather you hate me than love me. Because at least if you hate me, I know why I stand with you. And I can hate you right back. But I don't give a damn. You're going to hear this truth. You're going to hear it. That's the harsh truth. And that's what I do. That's why they call me the Blizzard King. I'm going to give it to you cold, baby. But let me say this. What Liberia proves, what Sierra Leone proves, is that returning to Africa wasn't simple. You can't just put Black Americans on African land and assume everything becomes brotherhood. Culture matters, power matters, class matters, religion matters, language matters. Who controls the land matters. Who controls the ports matter. Who gets to vote matters. Who gets called civilized matters. I used to tell these brothers all the time when they were going overseas, I said, there's no geographical solution for an emotional problem. Let me run that back to you again. If you're a buster here, if you're a simp here, you're going to be a simp in Colombia. You're going to be a simp in the DR. You're going to be a simp in Thailand. That's why you got niggas over in Thailand fighting over prostitutes. I ain't got no problem with brothers hanging out, have a good time, pay for the pussy. I don't give a goddamn. I'm just telling you, there's no emotional solution or there's no geographical solution for an emotional problem. Period. You got people moving down to different parts of the United States from the big cities that they lived in, and they bringing the same crime and drama that they brought from those big cities. Nothing's different. You come from a country where you're oppressed and you part of the slave owning class or part of the slave class. You take that over to Africa, you ain't changed who you are. You still who you are. Wherever you go, there you are. And that's why Liberia belongs in this discussion, because it forces us to admit that Black American lineage can cross the ocean and become something else. And sometimes what it becomes, it's not pretty. But they still FBA bloodline, aren't they? I'm not being anti-Black, and I'm not being anti-Black American, and I'm not a sellout because I done hurt your ears today. If we're going to tell the truth about FBA lineage, we're going to tell it. I'm not going to be up here. I'm not holding water for nobody. Again, I'm an advocate for Black men. I'm not necessarily an advocate for FBA lineage. I'm not an advocate for reparations. I'm an advocate for Black men. And I know when we have strong Black men, and then we'll have strong Black families because we'll have strong Black men running those families. And that's what we need in the United States, men with integrity. We need Black men with backbone. And I'm showing you. Hell, I might lose about 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers because of that. I don't give a shit. You're going to hear this truth. And you heard it from me. I don't hold back. Either way, I hope you all have enjoyed the broadcast. Praise God. Let's get back to a happy moment. I'm going to go ahead and take the opportunity to read these beautiful super chats. I know you're angry. Somebody type angry in the chat room. Come on, y'all. Type angry in the chat room. Let's get mad. If you're angry a little bit, type 1. If you're a little angry in the chat room, type 1 in the chat room. I don't care. No, I don't care. I still care about you. This is what Uncle D do. Let me go ahead and read these. I'm happy. I'm happy. I know I'm a happy person. I've been planning to do this broadcast for weeks. I'm happy. I look good, got that fresh haircut. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and read my Cash Apps. If you learn something, I should earn something. I know y'all learned something. Whether you like what you learned or not, I know you learned something. I don't care what you say. Let's go ahead and read the Cash Apps. See how I made my voice lighter because I'm being more pleasant? See, this lets you know I'm happy. Somebody type happy. See how nice I am? This is how I talk to my children. Hey, son, go ahead and, go ahead and I try to talk. Can you please clean up your room? I'd appreciate it if you do it. Son, see how happy I am? See, that's how I do, right? Anyway, shout out to Patricia Hightower. Thank you so much, baby, for the $20 super cash app. Thank you for Miss Tamiko Green. Thank you so much for the 45. Ooh, thank you, baby. Sean Irwin, thank you for the $10. Thanks for the FBA history. This is some real FBA history. Nobody's gonna teach you. Nobody's bold enough to do it. They don't want to make you mad. They some punks. They scary. They don't want to make you upset. That's why the Pan-Africanists aren't gonna do it, because they don't want this type of information out there. The pro-blacks damn sure ain't gonna do it. The Back to Africans aren't gonna do it. The FBA, pro-FBA, they not gonna do it. Why would they put something like this? Hell, they're not gonna sit here and look at it. You see? And they're not gonna put it in context for you. So shout out to Will of the Father. But this is what you do. We are now becoming a sophisticated, politically savvy group of people. And now here we are in this year, and when this argument comes up in 5, 6, 7 years, and you really have to deal with it, you will already know a little bit about the history, so you can be prepared to deal with it. Who's going to be FBA and who's not? Who's lineage and who's not? Who's going to reap the scholarship and who's not? If you got a black child that comes over here from Sierra Leone who can say, well, look, I can trace my lineage back to the killing fields of North America. I can show you this is where my people came from. This is us in the Book of Negroes. This is where we went. We came from Georgia. So I'm FBA too. Do you know that Idris Elba has said that his people from Sierra Leone are now, he already knew he had one parent who was from America. And now Idris Elba, he recently said this on a broadcast. He said, I am actually a Black American. I'm descended from Black Americans. What's going to happen when you get a whole bunch of children coming up from the DR, Trinidad, Jamaica, saying, hey, well, actually, I can trace my lineage back to FBA, so I'm eligible for this scholarship. Now, we done went through this whole thing to delineate, and now you got all these people saying, yeah, well, technically, I'm FBA lineage also. You got all them people in the Bahamas. What are you going to do about it? Y'all better think through your definition. Stop being emotional. Anyway, let me go back to being pleasant. Sorry. Okay, let's read the pleasant again. All right, anyway, let's go ahead and finish. Shout out to, I'm having too much fun. Alonzo Dunn, no, they are not FBA. FBAs are an ethnic group that has a continual non-broken lineage here in America. Besides, only Americans were enslaved here. When they touched this soil, they were Americans. They are now distant cousins. Well, what about, hypothetically, let me just throw an idea out there. So what about if, let's say, you had an uncle, and your uncle went somewhere, he was drafted, and he went somewhere like Vietnam, and here we are in 2026-ish. Come to find out, your uncle fathered a child in Vietnam, and that child is basically your cousin. Is that child FBA or not? He never actually left. His father's clearly FBA. I'm just asking. You let me know, okay? Because, there's a lot of that going on too. There's a lot of that. I'll talk about that in a minute. So, that's a good idea. I appreciate you, brother. Let's keep on pushing. Let's keep on pushing, man. Shout out to Fresh Always 2X. Great work. Thank you so much. Cooler Ick, the greatest people on earth are educated people on earth. They understand things beyond their own feelings about a said subject, whatever that may be. The system has been restructured to corner people into their feelings. Yeah, it has. You can't be in your feelings around here. Okay. I don't care about your feelings. You're gonna get these facts. That's the most important. You will remember what I told you. Okay. And that's the most important thing. You've learned something. I've made you angry, and you've learned something. I've done my job. The average American lives in a bubble and is totally ignorant to what the rest of the world is about, no matter how many trips abroad they take. Yeah, because the educational system trains us to ignore things that we should not ignore. But thank you so much, family. I appreciate you. Passport King. That's not delineation, that's ethnic cleansing. Thank you so much, Passport King. Understanding, $2, appreciate you so much. The code is the leader, FBA. Thank you so much, Understanding. I appreciate that. $50, man. Cooler, Dr. Umar is trash. I'm not gonna say that. The brother's an educator. We listen to him. He says great things. He just is in a corner right now, I believe, because you know he's been talking about Pan-Africanists for so long, and now he's in a situation where he can't really pivot. That whole notion is dying, and you know he's kind of boxed himself in the corner. I get what's up. You know, when people's livelihood is on the line, their popularity and their status, you know, they'll say things that may not sound fully accurate or thought out as they otherwise would. But, you know, we don't want to take anything for Dr. Umar. How much money did Obama give to HBCUs? I forget. Thank you so much, Coolerick. Drill Sergeant, go ahead, G. I sure will. Drill Sergeant, you better tell him. I'm going to keep telling him, man. Blizzard Talk, what? G30, thank you for the $4.99. Super Sticker, our people stayed and the others cut out to Canada when it got rough. To me, that's the major delineation, no offense. But here's the thing, brother. What about the black people that left the South and moved to places like California, Oakland, Los Angeles? They moved to places like Illinois, Chicago, Kiwani. They moved to New York. They fled too. Now, they didn't leave to go to another country, but technically the black people that left the South and went over to anywhere past, I guess, Texas, they technically went to Mexico because that was a Mexican territory at the time. The people who went all the way to California, they were in Spain. Okay, all that was called New Spain at the time. Okay, so did they flee? I mean, history is very inconvenient. Remember, what we know as the United States was a very small piece of land compared to what it is now. It was the mid-Atlantic. I mean, am I wrong? Talk to me, am I wrong? If you live in Mississippi was a territory. If you went to Florida, if you fled slavery in South Carolina and you went to Florida, you were in Spain or you were in England. So did they flee also? It just so happened that we negotiated a deal with these countries and then it became a state or territory of the United States, but they fled too. So did they flee? See, these are the inconvenient truths that when you start having conversations with people who actually know history and geography and have actually read, they're going to bust you up real bad in the conversation. They're going to make you look like an idiot. They're going to run you off that stage like they did the president of Ghana. They treated him like he was a clown. So you have to have your arguments well developed. You just can't go up there spewing emotion and not know the facts. These are basic facts. This is stuff you would learn by the 8th grade, okay? This is basic geography. This is nothing that I talk to you guys about is past the 8th grade level. In fact, when I write it, I'll specifically write this stuff on a 8th, 7th, and 8th grade level so that everybody can understand it. So when we talk about fleeing, how can you flee? How can you not have fled if the United States had slavery and you went to a place that is now known as Texas, but was at that time known as New Mexico or New Spain? That's fleeing. You fled to another country. I mean, it is what it is. If fleeing conflict means going to another country, well, that's what they did. They fled. So can we really say FBA don't flee? We fight. Can we really say it sounds good? I love the slogan. I've used it several times on my page, even though I know it's inaccurate. But I'm going to play the game with you all because that's what you want to hear until I bring you all in and hit you in the mouth with some truth. This is what we do here. Be angry, but learn. You learn here now, you won't get embarrassed in the future. But thank you so much, Elam5252. I certainly appreciate your question. Nona Jones, why is your picture upside down? Nona, thank you for the super sticker. Elam5252, I can't stand when people chop up brisket. It's supposed to be slight. Yes, I agree with you on that too, brother. That's disrespectful to the brisket. We talked about barbecue earlier. We be talking about a lot of stuff over here. They may have been a part of the slave trade, but let's not forget that we were mixed with the black originals here too. You just open up the Pandora's box for Tethers to think that the United States owe them. How did I open? I didn't make up this information. I didn't write the history books. Big J. I don't want to make you mad, Big J. Big J be kicking in with the money. I appreciate you, Big, but I'm going to tell you the truth. This is all in the history books. This is so common as history. People don't, they got an old saying, what's understood don't need to be said. When you have conversations about reparations, people assume that you already have these historical facts down. So if you enter into the conversation not having previously addressed these historical facts, then they're going to look at you like you don't know what you talk about, and whatever you say is going to be totally dismissed. That's why I have the reparations plan that I have. I said, no, we just going to deal with the black people who were brought to this country after slavery became illegal. That's what we're going to do. Because when you start going back and back, you start, well, damn, how do we sue everybody for reparations? How do we sue all the slave owners when a large percentage of the slave owners in Charleston, South Carolina were black? Yeah, some of them owned their own relatives, but they were still slave owners and it's on paper. How do you get around that? So I said, well, no, we're going to limit the group to the Africans who were brought to this country in well-documented instances like the Wanderer and the Clotilda. And by my calculation, that and a couple other slave ships is about 800,000 descendants of slavery that came after slavery became illegal. They're owed a debt. Who owes them? Well, we know that the one defendant is going to be the Africans because they knew it was illegal at the time. And see, this comes from now. A lot of people were angry with me when I said that. They didn't understand, but the reason they don't understand because they don't know history, they don't know geography, they don't know the law, and I do, along with a whole lot of other things. So, and procedure, which is you can know the law and not know civil procedure and criminal procedure, and you get lost. But Big J, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. I hope y'all learned something. Did y'all learn something? If you did learn something, hit the number one. But shout out to Empress 3C. Thank you so much, baby. Appreciate the convo. I appreciate you. Shout out to Oak Cliff, Texas. Man, what's up, Oak Cliff? Man, some of my favorite people are from Oak Cliff. Some of my favorite rappers are from Oak Cliff. Get money, and we gonna get money. Them boys fresh, ain't a damn thing stunning. When I walk by, it can smell like money. I'm dope, man, clean, not a damn stain on me. Hey, man, never mind. I'm gonna let you go. He might not even be from Oak Cliff, but shout out to all my people in Dallas. Man, who else we got? Teaching the people American history in real time. Hey, man, I teach aggressive history. Alonzo Dunn. No, they're not FBA. FBAs are an ethnic group. I read the brother already. We got you, man. Shout out to Alonzo again. Darius Ty 84 learning something today. I appreciate y'all, man. God bless you. This is a hard lesson to learn. You probably learned something you would never been exposed to. You see them? This is why, like, when you learn that your grandma used to sell coochie at the trap house. When you find out your mama used to work, grandma used to work at a brothel, like, damn. It's one of them hard lessons. Any of those nations can get FBAs, get free citizens. Any of those nations can FBAs get free citizenship? I'm not sure, brother. You'd have to check. Mark the Freelancer, membership. Thank you so much, family. Our worst enemy is always the person in the mirror. Ain't that the truth? Our Bibles talk to us about that. You're still our brother, but you're on some BS tonight trying to make the correlation between Caribbean, Liberians, and FBA. Those people are not us. My ancestors are here in America. That's true. But we talk about lineage. If you had a great-great-grandmother and she gave birth to 4 or 5 children, and those 4 or 5 children ended up scattered in places like Trinidad and Jamaica and the Bahamas and Sierra Leone and Liberia, they're still your relatives, and they still are descended from that woman who gave birth to them who was in slavery. We can't argue with that. So if FBA is solely lineage based, right? Because that's what they say. They keep saying it's a lineage based. Then you have to acknowledge lineage. You got to follow the lineage wherever it goes. That's it. And that's just the fact that we can't get around. What do you do with that? How do you get around that fact? Anyway, shout out and thank you so much, Big J. Numbers 118 shows lineage is passed down from father's house. If your paternal line doesn't trace back to a male slave, that's not your lineage. Okay, brother, that's a very, very interesting statement that you made, and I appreciate you making it up. Very, very interesting. So I'm going to take the opportunity to talk to you about something. So during slavery, a lot of our black, or what we call black people or enslaved people, were fathered by white men. So what you're telling me, based on this statement that you brought in from the Bible, is that all of the black children who were fathered by white men are of their father's house. That's what you're telling me. That's what he said. Is that what he's saying? So all those white cousins who came over to visit, who had a black bed wench sent to their room, and she got pregnant, that child is not a foundational black American. That child is white. That's what you're telling me. That's what you're telling me. That's what it sounds like you're telling me. Is that accurate? So you all are white. If you got if your great grandmother was fathered by a white man, she's white. Well, no, better yet, if your great grandfather was fathered by a white man, then he's white. All his children are white. His sons are white. So the children that they fathered are also white. Then they could be black as hell. Then their sons, the sons of those men are white. That's what you're trying to tell me. I need to understand this, if this is what you're saying, because we need to go get the census together. We need to we're all white. At this was about the majority of every black person's sixth grandfather is white. Okay, so we're all white. Okay, that's what you're trying to tell me with this. Now I know you. I appreciate your Bible. I appreciate you do, but maybe you need to look in the Bible a little bit more. Because see, here's the other thing you have to understand. Remember, very early on, and I talked to you guys about something very early on here in the United States. They changed the law, and the law says that lineage or ethnicity or race flows through the mother. So you trying to tell me that the American legal system is trumped by that Bible verse? That's what you're telling me? You telling me that the American legal system and how they classify people trumps or your Bible verse trumps that American legal system? That's what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Isn't there a verse, and I'm not a Bible thumper, but isn't there a verse that says something about give unto Caesar what is Caesar's? What does that mean? That means to me, and I could be wrong, and again, I'm not I'm not a Hebrew Israelite. Okay, I don't know the Bible like that, but it sounds to me like that's Caesar. When Caesar, that's his dominion, go ahead and go with what he said. So in this country, that's not what we do. Okay, and I'm just gonna be frank with you, brother. It's absurd if you have a black man who is black as midnight, and you got him telling people he's white. Just think about that. That just makes no sense. People gonna look at him like he's retarded, in my opinion. So at some point, you kind of got to just look at the world and how the world is, and realize what I'd like to be and what is ideal is not practical, in my opinion. And I say that with all respect. Thank you so much, Malachi. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you for the challenging question. But let's go ahead and move on. You guys, if y'all enjoyed the broadcast, we're going to go ahead and wrap this thing up. Did y'all have an opportunity to subscribe to the channel? That's what I need to know. Did you subscribe? Do you appreciate what I did today? Huh? Tell me, let's be honest. Tell me what caught you off guard the most. Take the time. We're going to spend this little time. Tell you which story caught you off guard the most. The Bahamians finding out the majority of the people are from Bahamas, can trace their lineage back to the United States. Did that catch you off? What about the fact that you got Dominicans down there in a little place called Samaná with names like Martha Brown? Did that catch you off guard? What caught you off guard the most tonight? Huh? What caught you off guard? The Liberians? They catch you off guard. We talking about lineage. This is the door that opened. What caught you off guard tonight the most? What threw you off the most? What made you say, damn, I didn't know that? Which one of these stories? What about the Trinidadians, the Americans? They went down there 800 deep. They sent them a bunch of women, gave them land, and they had a blast. They haven't been back since. What caught you off guard? Huh? Martha caught you off guard. Okay. Huh? Well, look, we're going to end this. I'm going to let you know where I think the Liberians caught people off guard. That was a tough one. That's hard to swallow, huh? The fact that we went over there and became slave masters. Damn. And we exploited our African brothers. That's why they don't like us. That's why them Africans don't like us now. That's why they're hesitant, huh? It makes sense. You don't think they talk? You came over here with the Sierra Leoneans. You did them wrong. And you came back with the Liberians. And now y'all trying to take over Ghana. Y'all trying to take over Ghana. Ghana like, hell no, you would not do it like this. We know what you did to the Liberia. You would not rule over that. So yeah. Hey man, it is what it is, right? This is some serious stuff. I like what I did. But anyway, let's go ahead and see if we can bring some closure to this. Somebody type closure in the chat room. Who's angry? Let's see who's angry. Now, hopefully what you all will do is stop referring to FBA as lineage only. I think that's what somebody type lineage only opens the door. Okay. Somebody type, you wouldn't have thought about that, would you? Hopefully I've taught you a harsh lesson in the past 4 hours, because we've been running with this FBA for about 4 or 5 years. Hopefully you realize that, hold on, we need to rethink lineage only, don't we? You can thank me for that lesson. Go on, take this to your think tank. But again, before we close out, we're going to deal with one of the last inconvenient truths about Black American lineage, okay? Because it also traveled the world in U.S. military uniforms. Did you know that? I hinted at it earlier. Let's be honest. When Americans sent Black soldiers overseas, they went with a rifle in one hand and they BBCs in the other one, okay? Because wherever soldiers go, babies follow. And that's not just Black soldiers, that's soldiers, period. They weren't just fighting wars, they were creating families. And this happened over and over again. World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the post-war military base era. Black American soldiers served in France, Britain, Germany, Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Thailand, the Philippines, and a lot of other places. So some formed relationships, some just fathered children. Some left those children behind. Vietnam is the clearest example. Somebody type Vietnam. American soldiers fathered thousands of Amerasian children with Vietnamese women. Some of those fathers were Black American men. And for Black and for a Black Amerasian child, their skin, their hair, their features, it stands out. White kids can kind of get lost in the sauce because they got the long, stringy hair and maybe their eyes are different and they're a little bit lighter. But the little Black children were mocked. They were rejected. They were abandoned. They were treated like the reminders of the war. You slept with the oppressors. They called them Buido, B-U-I-D-O-I. I don't know how to say it. That means children of the dust. So these foundational Black American children, fathered by foundational Black American men with foundational Black American lineage, they call them the children of the dust. Some of them have come to America. In 1987, there was an Amerasian Homecoming Act. But many of them never found their daddies. So we need to make it plain. A Black American soldier goes to Vietnam. He fathers a child. He leaves. That child grows up Vietnamese by language, culture, and nationality. But if the father descended from the U.S. FBA, freedman population, American Negro, that child still has FBA bloodline ancestry. He didn't flee, did he? He didn't flee, did he? He was born in that situation. Is it his fault? Same thing goes for Germany. Same thing goes for Korea. Same thing goes for Japan. Same thing goes for Britain and France and the Philippines and Thailand. Anywhere else Black GIs were stationed. So what do we do with that? You all want to be the ruling class? This is a decision that rulers have to make. You want to be the king, you want to be the senator, you want to be the congressman, you want to be in charge, you want to be the boss. These are boss questions. If it was easy, somebody else would have answered it. What do we do with that? Do we exclude the child because the father left? Do we erase the lineage because the mother was foreign? Do we pretend the daddy's side of the family tree disappeared because the child was born overseas? That don't make sense. If FBA is bloodline only, then the overseas children of FBA fathers have real ancestral claim. They can trace their lineage to the formation of the United States. Can't they? Well, does that mean they are FBA descended diaspora? Not core modern FBA? Write that down. If reparations are based on U.S. slavery plus continuing harms inside the United States, then their legal claim depends on citizenship or residency or documentation, descent, and whether continued U.S. injury is required. But when does it stop? I don't know. But see, here's the more important thing. Morally and historically, we can't act like people don't exist. And let me explain something to you. See, we lost our morality when we took our black asses over to Liberia and enslaved those people, didn't we? We focused solely on what was in our best interest. And look how that ended up. Got our ass shot and ran up out of Liberia. So I'm gonna ask y'all again, my foundational Black American brothers and sisters, morally and historically, we can't act like these people don't exist. Some are still looking for their black fathers and family right now. Some were treated like outsiders in the countries they were born. Some were abandoned by the same America that sent their black daddies over there in uniform. And that's why this conversation can't be lazy. Black American lineage didn't stay neatly inside the United States. It moved through slavery. It moved through warships, the Caribbean, Africa, military bases, and yes, through the men that fathered these children. These are real people. This is real suffering. Their questions are real. Their father's lineage is real. So if we're going to say lineage matters, then what we have to be honest, we need to be honest enough to admit FBA lineage may be standing somewhere in Vietnam or Germany or Korea or Japan, Thailand, France, Britain, the Philippines. I'm just asking questions. If you're mad about me asking you questions, then maybe you shouldn't be having this conversation. But either way, we can't demand precision from everybody else and then get sloppy when the facts become uncomfortable. We can't tell Caribbean people and African immigrants and Afro-Latinos and children of Black American service members and other Black groups that lineage, history, and slavery systems and national formation matter, and then turn around and ignore those same rules when the truth becomes inconvenient and history makes our argument both inconsistent and illogical, because that's when you lose ground. That's not even serious. It's not even mature. And that's not how people build a strong political claim, which is what I hope that you all aspire to do. And I hope that I'm not wasting my time. See, the whole point of the foundation of Black American conversation is specificity. Black Americans descended from U.S. slavery, and there's a specific history and a specific injury and a specific political claim. We're not just Black people in America. We're people formed through colonial slavery, American chattel slavery, emancipation, Reconstruction, betrayal after Reconstruction, Black codes, convict leasing, Jim Crow, racial terror, segregation, redlining, school discrimination, mass incarceration, and the long fight for civil rights and repair. that history is very specific. So the remedy has to be specific too. But specificity cuts both ways. If we say not every black person in America is FBA just because they're black, then we also have to admit that people outside America have real ancestral ties to Black American slavery. If lineage matters, then lineage matters all the time, even if it gets complicated. Blood is blood. And if they're in our bloodline and their bloodline traces back to us, but their family formed somewhere else for generations, they're still us, right? Right? And see, all of this matters most when you start talking about reparations. Reparations aren't just about who feels connected. Reparations aren't about just who's here. Reparations are about a specific injury, a specific wrongdoer, a specific harm group, a specific remedy. If the remedy is for American slavery, its continuing effects inside the United States, then the beneficiary class has to be tied to the people who carried the injury through American law, policy, institutions, and racial violence. That means a strong reparation standard would likely need more than broad racial identity. It would need lineage, documentation, and a connection to the U.S. freedmen population or free Black people who were part of the same early Black American community. Depending on the law, it's going to require U.S. citizenship and a current U.S. residence or continued family formation inside the U.S. However, if the class is too broad, the remedy gets diluted. If the class is too narrow, the remedy becomes unjust and immoral. And see, the goal is not to exclude people just to exclude people, because that's what a lot of y'all want to do. They over there, we just going to exclude them. The goal is to define the group clearly enough that the people harmed by the specific system aren't erased. That's why delineation can't be built on anger and emotions. Anger may help people notice the problem. That's what I did tonight. I made y'all notice the problem. Now you're angry. He sold out. He don't want to. I don't agree. There's nothing for you not to agree with. We just had a history lesson. Go get angry with the hundreds and thousands of people who wrote those books and millions of people who experienced it. I don't care if you're angry. I need a definition. Anger can't prove lineage. Anger cannot prove a beneficiary class. At some point, the argument has to become discipline. And if you're so angry with this conversation tonight, then you're probably not the person who can help come up with this definition or the policy behind it. I don't have an answer. Because see, I don't know where y'all want to go with this. I told you all earlier, I'm an advocate for Black men. Specifically, I'm an advocate for Black American men. Lately, I've been an advocate for all Black American people since we're under political attack. People want us gone. Makes no sense for me to be an advocate for Black American men at this point when people are attacking Black folk, Black men, Black women, Black, I can't. That would be stupid. They'll take what I say and use it against us. That's why I'm mindful, demure, thoughtful about the things that I'm saying. That don't mean I don't still disagree with some of the bullshit that I see going on, men and women, whatever. I'm just being demure and mindful. Somebody type demure, thoughtful, mindful. Even if my positions are valid, I just don't say everything that I would say. Now, the current definition of FBA is generally understood as a Black American who can trace that at least one family line back to the Black population enslaved in the United States or in the colonies that became the United States. It's lineage category, not just a racial category. That's what it is. If you all decide you want a strict adherence and you want to exclude people, that's fine with me. I'm already rich. I'm not in it for reparations. I'm in it because I'm an advocate. I want what's best for my people. This is for you. This is to make you think. This is to make the generations that come after me more prepared to deal with this question if we ever gonna get it. I don't care if you take my idea and work with it, do that. I want to see you do that. Nevertheless, if you decide that you want a strict adherence and you want to exclude all those people that we talked about tonight, that's fine with me. We can write it up, but you need to be mindful. You may end up excluding yourself. You may end up excluding some of your own family members who still live here in the United States. Because if they left Mississippi and went to Texas, they fled. And for that short time period, they were no longer in the United States. They were in New Spain. If they left Arkansas or Oklahoma and they went to an Indian territory, then they fled. They were no longer in the territorial United States. Go get your money from the Indians. If they left South Carolina and Georgia and went down to Florida, that was Spain, or at some point it was England. They fled, so they're no longer eligible to get reparations from the United States. They fled. So be mindful. You may end up excluding somebody you don't want to. Bottom line is, let's be honest. Some of you all watching this broadcast right now, let's think about it. Let's say we come up with a definition. You got to have 2 FBA parents. 2. You know who your mom is, right? You know who your mom is, right? But what about if you don't know who your real daddy is? What about that 20 to 30% of people in America who may not know who their real father is? What if, come to find out, your grandmama didn't let your granddaddy know that she was messing with Mr. Leone down the street? I'm just saying. That being the case, some of y'all watching this broadcast don't know who your biological father is. You probably don't know who your granddaddy is if you do know who your father is. Some of you all were raised by one man and later found out another man was your biological father. Some of y'all right now have fathers who might be Latino, Caribbean, white, African. Some of y'all don't even know. So what does that mean? Does that mean you out? Are you no longer Black American? Are you no longer FBA? Are you no longer part of the community that raised you, that shaped you, that protected you, that fed you, that corrected you, that loved you, that gave you your identity? I don't know. It depends on what y'all want to do. But what that does mean is that every child with one FBA parent may no longer be FBA. That means biracial children are going to be excluded. It means that if you don't know who your real daddy is, you may not be able to prove that you're FBA. And so you're not eligible for that scholarship. You're not eligible for that reparations package. You're not eligible for that employment set aside. That means you're not eligible for that business loan. I'm talking about every benefit, program, resource, or legal remedy that may one day be tied to this FBA category. I don't know. What do you want to do? Like I said before, and I've told you guys, I'll play the game with you all. I'll fight this fight with you all. I'll be your advocate. But I'm doing it knowing that our real enemy doesn't like none of our black asses. Whether you're African or Caribbean, FBA, NIGGA, whatever the hell you are, they don't like none of us. The enemy would love to remove our black asses and send us anywhere but here. They did it after the Revolutionary War. They did it after 1812. They tried to send us back to Africa. They use us when they need us. And then they try to send us away when they're done. And then they come back and get us when they need to use us again. That's what I do know. But again, I'll play the game with you. Uncle D love you, baby. I love all y'all. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and as I always say at this time, I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.